Welcome, everyone. This is your friend, the DN What If, here with another exciting fanfiction. Today, we're diving into the story of what if Deku had to choose between fire and ice? If you enjoy this video, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more fanfiction content just like this. Now, let's get started with the fanfic. Izuku blinked. He blinked again. He blinked a third time just to be sure that what he was seeing wasn't just some kind of weird illusion or some kind of trick of the light. He had gotten very little sleep the night before. He could just be seeing double from the sleep deprivation. He blinked again and again, pointing between the two before him as if that would give him an explanation for what he was seeing. His eyes followed the movement of his hand, scanning the two near-identical clones before him, from the frosty white to the burning red. Wait. But then, you are which means, he stammered, being unable to string together a coherent sentence in his confusion. He frowned, frantically pointing from the one on the left to the one on the right, and back. Back and forth, over and over again. The Omega in him, while not a very prominent part of his life yet, was very much confused at what was going on. His very senses was turning on each other. His eyes told him one thing while his brain was telling him another. What he saw before him was two people that could easily be mistaken for siblings, maybe even twins, while from what he could sense that there was only one person standing in front of him. Even the scent the two was giving off was confusing to his senses. The exact same but one with a frosty tinge and the other with a hint of ash. Which one is Todoroki, or is that not the right way to put it? The two alphas before him shrugged in unison. The scar across the face of the boy on the left stretching as his eyebrows rose and fell with the action. Blue eyes glinted in the light, like the blue embers of a fierce fire that bore into Izuku's own. It did something weird to the Omega inside of him, or maybe that was just this whole situation in general. The boy on the right, face unmarred and with that smooth skin that came with having a cold quirk, just leaned his head to the side as he shrugged, eyes also fixed on Izuku. I am, they both answered, perfectly in sync with one another. They both frowned as they turned to look at each other with the most confused expression that Izuku had ever seen come across Todoroki's face before they both turned back to the Omega. I'm Todoroki. That doesn't help. His head was spinning. Nothing about this made sense. He was hit by a quirk while in turning, Aizawa explained, scratching his neck. His brows furrowed and his posture was just a bit more slumped than normal. It was clear that the whole situation irritated him. To be fair, Izuku didn't blame him. The first day of their second year had just ended about an hour ago. Their first year had been an extremely eventful one. Both stressful and traumatizing for many of them. Not just for the class but for Aizawa as well, with the amount of public scrutiny he, along with the rest of U.A and its staff, had to deal with, something Izuku knew his teacher definitely didn't like, along with having their students repeatedly be possible targets for villains. They had gone through more than most first years, and Izuku would be lying if he said he didn't hope that their second year would be less detrimental to their health. Well, hopefully there would be less life or death situations this year, at least. That didn't mean that internal incidents hadn't been as much of a problem last year as the life or death ones, Izuku being at the center of many of said incidents. A peaceful school year definitely wasn't too much to ask for. And then this happens. They don't know how to reverse it yet, so he had to come back to school, Aizawa continued. Doesn't the guy who did this know how to reverse it? Izuku asked, still pointing at the two Todorokis. It was a bit much to wrap his head around. He was so used to seeing Todoroki on a regular basis, that seeing him split like this was making him fidget. Maybe it was how confusing the two of them looked, like it was Todoroki standing in front of him, but at the same time it wasn't. Izuku could look at one of them and recognize Todoroki immediately. The face shape was the same, the curve of his nose, his narrow eyes with that naturally neutral look to them. But the longer he looked, the more flaws he could see, and not just the obvious ones like how his eyes were the same color or how the one on the right was lacking a burn scar across his face. But small things like how the one on the right had an extra wrinkle under his left eye or how the left one didn't have the same clear skin as his counterpart. Small things that most probably wouldn't notice. And then there was Todoroki's eyes. It was unnerving to have those two sets of eyes look at him like they did now. He wasn't sure which pair made him more uneasy. The The blue embers that looked like they wanted to devour him whole, or the stormy gray that looked like they were about to envelope him. Endeavor is working to find the person responsible right now. In the meantime, Todoroki will be attending class as normal, Aizawa said. The two Todorokis gave a small nod as if to confirm the information. While that made sense, it still left a few questions unanswered. The first one on Izuku's mind being, "Why are you telling me this?" He understood the need to tell the class about what was going on. Anyone would notice if two Todorokis all of a sudden started walking around campus. They would definitely notice if the scar on his face suddenly disappeared or if his heterochromia was all of a sudden gone. What he didn't understand, however, was why Aizawa had pulled him aside to discuss this in private. "You're faded, aren't you?" he asked, raising an eyebrow. It was more of a statement than a question, though, like he just wanted Izuku to confirm what he already knew. Izuku nodded in confirmation. "We are." It was true, of course. Him and Todoroki. Like something out of a fairy tale, a long-winded tale of two predestined lovers wound together by fate in a passionate relationship. The ultimate power couple, the kind of relationship that everyone dreamed of having one day. At least that's what people normally assumed when someone mentioned the word fated. But that didn't really apply to them. When he'd started his first year at Yurei, Izuku hadn't known much about alphas and omegas and fated bonds and soulmates. Not more than your average high school student, anyway. One could argue that, at the time, he hadn't had any reason to know much about the subject matter since the chances of having a soulmate was lower than those of being born quirkless, and Izuku doubted he'd be winning that rarity lottery 3 times in a row. He'd been a quirkless, male omega who had been dealt the worst hand fate could possibly hand him. Why would it suddenly turn around and give him a soulmate, a fated, like handing out food to a starving man? But then again, All Might had changed his luck in life, hadn't he? He wasn't quirkless anymore. His hand had changed. He'd been dealt new cards to play with. His chances of actually winning the game had increased. It hadn't been until the sports festival that he realized the connection between him and Todoroki. There had never been a situation where they had gotten close enough for Izuku to even have time to notice that there was a different spark around Todoroki compared to everyone else. They had been paired up in the final part of the tournament, and it was in the middle of that battle when he'd punched Todoroki square in the gut that he'd finally felt it. That intense spark inside, the feeling of completion. Like, despite the pain in his limbs, everything was going to be all right. He was whole. It had explained the strong tug to be close to Todoroki. To go to him. To help him when he realized the alpha was suffering. To meddle in business that wasn't his to meddle with. At first he had written the strong connection off as a side effect of their intense battle. Of course, he'd done his research on what it could mean. He'd even asked All Might about it, if it could be a side effect of inheriting one for all. But the former #1 hero had never experienced what Izuku described. So after a few nights of long thinking and multiple Google searches which had all pointed towards the same thing, Izuku had gotten a bit, suspicious was the wrong word, and so was curious. It had been a mix of worry and anticipation. That maybe, just maybe, what he was reading was true. But there had been that part of him that hadn't dared believe it, because wasn't that just too good to be true? That he had a soulmate, a fated partner out there. Not only out there but in the same class as him. After their encounter with Stain, it wasn't as easy to ignore anymore. The realization that they were in fact soulmates, that they were fated, had hit him hard and left him at a complete loss on how to handle the situation. Because how do you tell someone that you are bound together by fate? So, being the responsible teenage boy with new and confusing hormones and emotions that he didn't quite understand that he didn't tell Todoroki about it. And that's how it had been for months. He hadn't intended for it to go on for that long, but time had moved on while he'd been trying to figure out the right way to tell Todoroki. Then the summer camp incident with the League of Villains happened. Bakugo getting kidnapped had become the primary issue, and dealing with the aftermath of the Kamino Ward catastrophe following that. Life just hadn't left him much time to come to a proper conclusion. But then, finally, after months of trying to figure out how to handle the situation, everything had been laid out on the table. Though, it hadn't actually been Izuku who had brought it up. It had been Todoroki, much to his surprise. He'd known because of course he did. A fated bond went both ways and had just wanted to make sure that Izuku was aware of their connection. But he'd been very clear that despite what biology told them, Izuku still had a choice. They didn't have to be together just because that's what nature had intended. After all, neither of them had said anything about wanting to be more than friends. So that's what they remained. Friends. That didn't change the fact that they were still soulmates, which had brought on its own fair share of struggles and trials to get through. How they would navigate the protective alpha instincts, the invasive waves of foreign emotion that came when one of them got too emotional, and all else that came with being connected so intimately with someone. But they had figured it out, and now there were two Todorokis. Two alphas who used to be one person, which meant that both of them were fated to Izuku. And there was no telling what kind of effects that would have. If it's not too much trouble, keep an eye on him. Since we still don't know how this is affecting his quirk or his cognitive abilities, Aizawa said, putting his hands in his pockets. Of course, but wouldn't a teacher or pro-hero be more fitting for this? Izuku asked. Not that he minded keeping an eye on the two Todorokis, but he just figured that since the situation still seemed to be very unstable, it would be better for a pro-hero to handle it. He was still in training, even if he had a provisional license. Maybe a teacher could look after him if no pro was available, since Todoroki still had to attend classes. The staff will be keeping an eye out too, but since you're fated, you should have a naturally calming effect on him. So that's why, Izuku mumbled, more so to himself than to Aizawa. I suppose that makes sense. You don't have to do anything extreme. Just make sure that he doesn't get into trouble. Aizawa shifted his weight from one foot to the other, his usual tired expression on his face. But there was something else in his eyes when he spoke again. If anything happens, report it. All right, he stammered, not quite understanding what Aizawa meant. I feel fine, Todoroki, the red-haired Todoroki said. He placed a hand over his chest as he spoke, as if he was searching for something inside. He looked a bit displaced, as if he himself didn't quite believe his own words. I don't need to be looked after. While that may be the case now, we have no idea if there are any side effects. So until we know more, don't leave school grounds. Understood? Aizawa instructed. We don't know what will happen if you are too far away from yourself. I'm right though. I feel pretty much the same as I did before, Todoroki, the white-haired Todoroki said, glancing at his red-haired counterpart. Well, as long as you are okay, Izuku agreed, giving a reassuring smile. While the situation was a weird one, this was still Todoroki. Just because there were two of him now didn't mean he was any less himself. Midoriya, I leave him in your hands for now, Aizawa said, letting out a long sigh. Yes. Despite what he'd said before, his senses were feeling just a bit out of whack. Well, to be more precise, the Omega inside of him was feeling a bit out of whack. Because as they walked back to the dorms, the two Todorokis walked beside him like two alpha bodyguards. Much closer to him than they'd been in the conference room just a few minutes ago. Izuku had not expected the reaction that came with them being so close. The Omega instincts inside, those pesky fated instincts that were normally so at ease every time Todoroki was around, were suddenly not so relaxed anymore. Instead, they were close to freaking out, and Izuku had to do everything he could to keep calm, because really, there was no reason for him to react like this. He kept telling himself that this was still Todoroki, that just because there was two of him now, didn't mean that anything would change. There was no reason for his senses to be on high alert. He glanced from the red-haired Todoroki on his left-hand side to the white-haired one on his right. He could sense them both in the back of his mind, still as one but not quite the same as before. The intense heat from the left that he was so used to feeling mingled with the calming icy breeze on the right was causing his head to spin a bit. It was like trying to understand one of those brain puzzles you'd find online, where they asked you if the picture was moving or not, and Izuku couldn't figure out the right answer. Midoriya, the Todoroki on his left said, breaking him out of his thoughts. He looked down on him with those intense blue eyes. Had his blue eye always been that intense? Are you okay? The white-haired Todoroki finished, his eyes calm and collected. Such a big contrast to his red-haired counterpart. I'm fine, Izuku hurried to say. You don't feel fine, the red-haired Todoroki, this was getting confusing, said, releasing a few relaxing alpha pheromones. Izuku took a deep breath, inhaling the scent. It was hot, like the pheromones themselves were warm in his nostrils, accompanied by the smell of ash and something deep and rich with the hint of a sweet undertone. Very much reminiscent of a campfire and, much to Izuku's surprise, marshmallows. But there was none of the cold undertone, the one that reminded him of a cold winter morning, that tasted just a little bit like snow, that was normally intermingled in Todoroki's pheromones. It's just this situation, Izuku sighed, running a hand through his hair. It's a bit confusing with there being two of you. Both of the Todoroki's brows furrowed as they stopped. They stood beside each other like two discolored copies of one another. Does it bother you? They asked, once again in that synchronized way that was quickly becoming unnerving. Maybe even a little bit creepy. That I'm like this? No. Absolutely not. That's definitely not true. Well, maybe a little? But it's not you, Izuku exclaimed. You're still you even if you're split apart, like this? It's just going to take some getting used to. It's a weird situation. They stood quiet for a moment, each Todoroki having a different look in their eyes. Izuku wasn't sure what either of them meant, from the one to the other. Todoroki was difficult to read as he normally was, having had so long to perfect that neutral and stoic mask that he'd worn for so long. It had gotten easier as time had moved on and he had opened up more, but there was still parts of him that Izuku just couldn't decipher. The way the two Todorokis looked at him right now, he had no idea what they were thinking. Okay, the white-haired alpha finally said. His eyes softened and the creases between his white eyebrows, it was so weird that they were the same color, Izuku thought to himself, disappeared. If it's too much, tell me. I don't want you to feel uncomfortable around me, the other half added. It's just the situation, Izuku promised. Because it was. He'd never felt uncomfortable around Todoroki before. He doubted he could feel uncomfortable around Todoroki. But the situation they were in now? Yeah, it would definitely take some getting used to. I'll stay away if that will make you feel better, the white-haired Todoroki said. He looked down at the floor, shoulders stiffening a bit before he glanced up at Izuku. I'll keep my distance, the other interjected, giving his counterpart a side glance. I won't stay away from you, Midoriya. Something weird filled the air as the two halves of a whole shared a look between each other that was definitely confusing. From the look on their faces, it was confusing for them too, because both of their eyebrows were high up on their foreheads. Then the red-haired one frowned, causing wrinkles across his forehead and creases across the burnt flesh. You don't have to do that, Todoroki. Izuku shook his head and waved his hands as if to emphasize his words. That was definitely not what he wanted. Are you sure? Todoroki, the white-haired one, asked. I'm sure. The alpha's shoulders relaxed as he let out a barely noticeable sigh. The only way Izuku noticed it was because he could feel the relief radiating from the white-haired Todoroki in that moment, which in turn made him relax. This was going to be an interesting start to the school year. The common room was quiet as everyone stared in silence. The multiple conversations that had been going on between the respective friend groups had all come to an immediate halt. Talk about the quirk apprehension test scores, potential school assignments, what it felt like to see friends from the other courses again. It all stopped. Not a single word had been spoken after Izuku and the two Todorokis had entered the common room. Everyone stared, all trying to properly process what they were seeing in their own way. Some unabashedly pointed while others just sat with their mouths agape. Then there were those who didn't show any kind of visible confusion or surprise, sitting in silence. Unreadable. The atmosphere in the room was quickly becoming heavy and Izuku nervously cleared his throat. He shifted his weight from one foot to the other, glancing at the two Todorokis standing shoulder to shoulder on either side of him. It wasn't like Todoroki was making an effort to ease the silence that had invaded the room. Both of them just stood there, one looking incredibly bored while the other was unreadable. Neither one of them seemed very approachable. So does that mean? Kaminari started, being the first one to dare break the silence. He threw his arms over the back of the couch, pointing at the two with furrowed eyebrows. Which one of you is Todoroki Todoroki? Todoroki Todoroki? That doesn't make any sense. Jaira shook her head. Her earphone jacks shaking with the action. Well, They can't both be Todoroki, can they? Kaminari asked. I am Todoroki, both of. The Todorokis said in unison. Yup, definitely creepy, pointing at themselves. They gave each other a glance that the room didn't understand. So, is one of you a clone? Kaminari asked, crossing his arms over the couch. It's more like his entire being has been split in half, Izuku tried to explain, making a cleaving motion with his hand. Though he wasn't quite sure if that made any sense or not. He tried to understand what little information Aizawa had given him. But from what he understood, it seemed like even the pro-heroes didn't quite know how Todoroki had turned out like he had, other than it being the result of a quirk or what the resulting consequences would be. From appearance alone, it seemed like he'd been split right down the middle, but Izuku had no idea what that really meant. How do you split a person in half without killing them? Ashido asked from the couch. She looked up at the ceiling as if she would find the answers in the white roofing above. That's some impressive quirk. Both Todorokis shrugged. The red-haired one shoved his hands into his pockets. His shoulders hung low and he looked very disinterested. The opposite could be said for his white-haired counterpart. He stood with a straight back, not in the same fashion as Ida but still less crude than his other half. He paid attention to the rest of the room and made a show of looking at whoever was talking. He looked in no way interested in what they had to say, but somehow managed to not look disinterested either. What if one of them is evil? Evil twin! Hagakure exclaimed, gasping loudly. The sleeves of her sweater folded as if she'd clasped both of her hands over her cheeks. There was a resulting clap as evidence. Like evil Todoroki and good Todoroki, Ashido gasped with her eyes widening. She jumped up from her seat dramatically. Would that make the red-haired one the evil twin? I mean, look at that scowl, Siro snickered. Come on, guys, it's not like that, Izuku said, holding up his hands like he was physically about to defend himself from their words. Neither Todoroki had shown any evil intent, and sure, he'd only been with them for less than an hour, but during that short time there had been no feelings or indications of malicious intent. He was sure that if one of the two Todorokis were the so-called evil twin, Izuku would have been able to tell. If only because of the soulmate bond. Maybe it's down to their left brain and right brain, Yaoyorozu chipped in, clapping her hands together. She leaned forwards, her hands placed in her lap as she looked between the two Todorokis. She had that glint in her eyes that she got when she learned something new or got to experience something she hadn't before. Left brain and right brain? Yes. Each hemisphere has control over different parts of your personality, as well what actions you take, Yaoyorozu explained, as if she was giving a lecture. Looks like he's been split right down the middle, Kirishima muttered from the couch. He sat next to Bakugu, who had one arm thrown over the backrest. So that means that the left Todoroki is the left brain and the right Todoroki is the right brain, Ashido said, nodding at the conclusion she'd reached. Not quite. Yaoyorozu shook her head. The left hemisphere of the brain has control over the right side of the body, along with handling tasks that require logical thinking, while the right hemisphere controls the left-hand side and creativity. That means Whitey over there is the left brain, Kaminari more so stated than asked. But wouldn't that mean that each of them are lacking half of their brain functions? Izuku muttered, massaging his chin. It was still too early to tell, but Yaoyorozu did have a point. If they had been split right down the middle, that would include their brains as well. However, there was a problem: nobody could function normally with that kind of handicap. The theory itself wasn't that far-fetched, at least not for the situation at hand, if it wasn't for the fact that nobody could function with only half of their brain. At least not on the level that Todoroki was, and Aizawa hadn't said anything about lowered brain capacity. They must have done some sort of medical testing before sending him back to school. So it was safe to assume that they both still had both of their hemispheres. Could it be that their brains were connected? Which would mean that while the two Todorokis might be functioning in two separate bodies, they still shared the same brain. Or were they just simply two different parts of Todoroki? Since it could be assumed that they both had functioning lungs and kidneys and all other parts of the body that one had two of. Both Todorokis had 2 arms, 2 legs and 2 eyes and ears which appeared to work just like they should, something that he probably wouldn't have if he had been, quite literally, split down the middle. What did Aizawa say? Kirishima asked, breaking Izuku out of his train of thought and the mumbling he'd subconsciously started. The pros must know, right? They don't know, the white-haired Todoroki interjected, gaining the attention of everyone in the room. Well, do you feel okay? I feel fine. What about you, Todoroki, other Todoroki? Ashido asked, fumbling at the end. Her brows furrowed and her lips formed a thin line. I told you I feel fine, the red-haired counterpart said, sounding just a bit annoyed. No, the other you said you were fine, you didn't say anything, Kaminari said, pointing at the white-haired Todoroki. Right, Todoroki? Whitey? Snowdoroki? Hey, what should we call you too? This is getting kinda confusing, Ashido agreed. Nicknames? Both Todorokis asked, neither sounding too enthused about the idea. At first glance, their faces looked neutral, like the expression Todoroki usually wore, but Izuku saw more. He was so used to reading between the lines that he could see the small twitches in each of their faces, not to mention that the faded bond itched with irritation and resignation. The red-haired Todoroki had a crease between his eyebrows, his eyes narrowed as he looked away from the group. He didn't say anything, but the corners of his lips were pointed slightly downwards. His other half's reaction wasn't all that different, except his eyebrows were upturned and he exhaled as if he was hiding a sigh. Yeah. It'll be fun. Ashido jumped up from the couch once more, throwing her fist in the air with a wide grin on her face. Hagakure jumped up after her, mimicking her pink friend's actions. Started chanting for the other students to join in, to help them come up with nicknames, and soon the entire class was huddled together around the sofa. All right, Yayarosa said, pushing forwards a rolling whiteboard she just finished creating. It's finished. Thank you, Yamomo. Ashido exclaimed, taking the pen Yayarozu handed her as she ran up to the whiteboard. Let's start. Names, give me names. How about Todoroki and Shudo? Shiro started off with a shrug. How informal, Ashido muttered with a nod, writing it down on the board. Shuto is his hero name, though, Kirishima said, looking at Shiro with a nod. It's not informal if you think about it like that. But which one would be which? Ashido asked, tapping each name with the butt of the pen. Todoroki should be the red-haired one. Shouldn't Whitey be Todoroki? He used his ice first, you know, Kaminari asked, holding up his finger as if he'd just made a revelation. Also Whitey. Write down Whitey. Down to their appearance. Good. Ashido nodded, writing it down on the whiteboard. But wouldn't it get confusing for Todoroki? Izuku shifted his weight, holding his chin as he looked at the two names. They're both Todoroki. That's true. Kirishima crossed his arms, slouching into the couch. He rested his head against Bakuga's arm. Something that's not his name then. Name after name was called, hands were thrown up as if they were in class in order to be heard better. Ashido worked quickly as she wrote down the names she heard while others had to repeat themselves multiple times to be heard over the others. It was like the naming process had turned into a game, a fun sport for the class. All the while the rest of them were shouting and having a blast, Todoroki stood to the side. The red-haired one let out an annoyed sigh, shoulders slumping as he looked at the clock. How long is this going to take? I'm sleepy, he murmured. They're having fun, though, Izuku chuckled, looking at the growing list of names. I don't see the point. Just use my name. It would get confusing after a while, and wouldn't it be nice to know which one of you we're referring to? Izuku asked, glancing between the white-haired one and the red-haired one. The snowy counterpart gave a small nod with a hum. I suppose it would be the easiest solution for everyone else. How about Todoodoo and Rokuroki? Hagakure piped up above the others, jumping into the air for the third time, as if to be seen better. From the bounce her clothes made, she'd also thrown her arms up in the air. Oh, splitting the name to fit the situation. Kirishima exclaimed in excitement. But which one would be Todoodoo and which would be Rokuroki? Ashido asked, writing the two names onto the whiteboard. Todoodoo for the white-haired Todoroki, Hagakure said, most likely pointing at said counterpart. And Rokuroki for the red-haired one. Yeah, I'm not comfortable with that. Todoroki, the one they wanted to dub Rokuroki, huffed, eyes narrow. The expression he wore reminded Izuku of the blank, sometimes annoyed, mask he'd worn before the sports festival. The one that told people to keep their distance. Why not? Hagakure asked, sounding genuinely disappointed that her names had been immediately shot down. It's stupid. Do I have to? The one dubbed to do asked with a sigh, turning towards his other half. He gave him a look that Izuku didn't quite understand, as if they were having some form of silent conversation that the rest of them weren't privy to. I don't like it either, the other Todoroki Rokuroki growled at his other half, but it didn't sound like he was talking about himself. It's fine to call me that, to said, turning away from himself. It's not, Rokuroki hissed, eyebrows furrowed in irritation. Wouldn't it be easier that way? It's still your name, sort of, Izuku said, leaning forwards a bit to better look Rokuroki in the eyes. He shrunk a bit under the intensity of the look the alpha gave him. I mean, it's not the best maybe, but, it's kinda easy to understand, right? And it's only for now, until we get you back together. What? Todoroki Rokuroki asked with a raised eyebrow. His face morphed into one of near betrayal. It's just, since there are two of you now. Izuku tried to continue with a small shrug, moving his arms around. Roki groaned. Fine. But Rokuroki and to do it is. Hagakure exclaimed happily. The room quickly returned back to normal as the excitement about the names were dying down. Instead they focused their attention on the two Todorokis, bombarding both of them with questions of how this happened and if it hurt and how it felt to be two people. To do answered each question with the usual short, quick answers, not going into detail unless explicitly asked to, while Rokuroki barely answered any at all. He remained by Izuku's side, sitting quietly beside him. From this angle, he looked just like the regular Todoroki. All Izuku could see was the red hair and the scar in profile, like he was used to. But then to do would say something from across the room where Kaminari and the rest of the Baku squad had kidnapped him too, and Izuku would be reminded about the situation. He scratched at his neck, feeling how his scent glands were slightly swollen at the back of his neck. It was forming a small bump under his skin, not visible to the naked eye but definitely swollen enough that he could feel it as he brushed his fingers over his neck. It was quickly becoming uncomfortable. The itching in his neck refused to go away even as he scratched, and he had no idea why. Are you okay? Izuku jumped, letting out a yelp. His heartbeat picked up as the Omega inside suddenly screamed out, Alpha, loudly in his mind only to turn around and remind him that his Alpha was also across the room. He clasped his shirt tightly as he cursed inwardly. Midoriya? Rokuroki asked, leaning close and holding out a hand towards him. His eyebrows were twisted in concern. Take deep breaths. Do you need to go outside? What the hell was happening? His head spun, eyes burning as he looked from the red-haired Todoroki beside him to the one across the room who had half stood up from the couch, looking ready to leap across the room. There, his soulmate was there. He was across the room, just like the tug in his mind told him. That was his soulmate. But then he caught sight of Rokuroki to his left, and yes, that was his Alpha. That was his soulmate. His soulmate was sitting right beside him. He shook his head, holding a hand over his temple as his head pounded with a sudden headache. Todoroki wasn't his Alpha. They were soulmates, not mated. So why was the bond reacting like this? Suddenly there was a cold hand on his forehead, spreading the low temperature over his brow down to his cheeks and around to the back of his mind. There was a relaxing mix of pheromones mingling in the air around him as well as in the soul bond, mingled together like before. Mixing together as they came through from two different directions at the same time. He looked up, seeing soft gray eyes looking up at him with concern. Ashido and Kaminari stood behind to who was crouching in front of him. Behind them, on the couch, Hagakure and Shiro was saying something to Sato who was disappearing into the kitchen. Deep breaths, okay? To said. He smiled softly as he rubbed his thumb between Izuku's eyebrows. What happened? Kaminari asked, looking at Rokuroki. I don't know, Rokuroki answered. He was reaching his hands out towards Izuku but was hesitant to actually touch him. Instead he seemed to leave that to his other half. Here. Sato leaned over the couch, holding out a glass of water. Rokuroki took it and gave it to Izuku. Looks like a panic attack, Ishido answered Kaminari's still unanswered question. He's releasing a lot of pheromones though, Sato said. That's not normal in panic attacks, is it? Maybe different secondary genders experience panic attacks differently? Izuku took a small sip of the water, distantly paying attention to what they were saying. It didn't really feel like a panic attack. He'd had panic attacks in the past. He'd had anxiety attacks in the past. They always restricted his breathing, making him gasp and double over with intense pain in his chest. Like he was dying, or that's what he'd thought the first few times they'd happened. This was just a burning intensity in his mind. Like he was bursting. Too much. Something was too much for him to handle. Like an overcharged battery, he felt like he was going to explode. You think he's presenting? Ishido gasped, holding her hands up over her mouth. Sato, Todoroki, move away. Every alpha leave the room. I'm not, Izuku started, but he had to stop to take a deep breath. He took another gulp of water and sat up straight. I'm not presenting. It's just a headache. I think. You think? Todoodadoo asked, removing his hand from Izuku's forehead. He still held it outstretched though, prepared to put it back if need be. He gave a hum in reply followed by a nod. I don't feel any, any the need to, dee-dee-do, that. He pointed at himself, feeling his face heat up as he spoke. He swallowed, feeling his throat go dry. He took another gulp of water. You don't feel the need to do what? Kaminari asked, looking genuinely confused. Why God, what was he supposed to say? The need to mate, he didn't feel the need to mate. Oi, Hagakure, do you understand what he means? Kaminari craned his head over his shoulder, looking at the other Omega in the room. I think he means to go into heat, right? Midoriya, that's what you mean, right? She asked, coming closer. Izuku gave a small nod. When an Omega presents, they go into heat. I would notice if that happened, Todoodadoo said. Alphas have a really good sense of smell. It would be difficult to miss, Sato added. He crossed his arms. Izuku knew that that wasn't what Todoroki had meant. Even if that was still very true. Todoroki had probably meant that he'd notice through the soul bond if Izuku hit a heat. He'd probably feel the feelings go through and know immediately. According to what he'd read online, fated alphas could always tell when their Omega was going to hit a heat. Maybe you should have some rest. Just in case, Rokuroki suggested. It's been a lot today, Todoodadoo agreed with a nod. The two counterparts shared a glance. Izuku gave a small nod. Maybe you're right. Izuku finished his water, giving the glass back to Sato. He rubbed his temples with closed eyes and let out a long sigh. It was better, not as intrusive as it was before, but there was definitely still a pounding in his head. Like a stone in your shoe. There to annoy you, but not really painful. Yeah, some rest sounds good, Izuku said, standing up. Both Todorokis immediately stood up with him, Todoodadoo with one hand on his arm and Rokuroki with one on his back as if to steady him. The pounding picked up. Excuse me, Izuku yelped, ducking away from the two. His brain couldn't take it right now. It was too much. When he glanced back, he felt a pang of guilt as he saw the look in the two Todoroki's eyes. The worry and the hint of hurt. He'd have to apologize later. Right now he just needed to get away. To give his mind some rest. The moment Izuku entered his room, he collapsed onto his bed with a loud groan. He buried his face as deep into the pillow as he possibly could without suffocating, trying to smother the headache away. To mixed results. He hadn't minded the soulmate bond before. He still didn't, sort of. In a way, it had been reassuring to know that there was someone out there who would always understand him. No matter the situation or the circumstances, he would always be able to count on Todoroki. That was what a fated bond was. But now, with the headache and the confusion and the whirlwind of emotion inside him, along with everything else that had happened in the last couple of hours, he wasn't quite sure what to think anymore. He had to remind himself that Todoroki's situation wasn't permanent. He wouldn't be like this forever. Eventually he would go back to being one again and the bond would go back to normal. But the journey there was going to be a trip, especially if the bond reacted like this after so little time was anything to go by. Izuku was a bit concerned about what other effects there could possibly be. He made a mental note to himself to do some research on the matter. A soft ding came from inside his jeans pocket along with a few soft vibrations. He fished his phone up and looked at the small bubble that had popped up on the lock screen. In the sender's box was Todoroki's name. Izuku opened up his message app. Todoroki. 1639 sorry. Sorry? He pushed himself up onto his forearm. He bundled his pillow up and wrapped an arm around it to make himself comfortable as he read the one word over and over again. What was Todoroki sorry for? He frowned as he typed out his reply, fingers moving quickly over the keyboard. Midoriya. What for? 1639. You didn't do anything 1639. Todoroki. 1640 it's my fault you panicked, isn't it? Midoriya. No. 1640. It's definitely not your fault. 1640. I just got overwhelmed 1641. Todoroki. 1641 because I'm like this. 1641 I could feel it, Midoriya. Right, soulmates. Izuku cursed to himself. It was nearly impossible to lie to your soulmate. Since your emotions were always on display for each other, it was easy to tell when the other told a lie. It was something they had learned very quickly. The small tingle, like tiny needles were being stabbed into the back of your head, that appeared each time one of them said something untrue. He should have expected Todoroki to realize his distress and the small white lies, even through a text. There was a pause between the last text and the next one, the small bubbles at the bottom of the screen showing that Todoroki was typing something out. Todoroki. 1643 I should stay away, shouldn't I? Izuku sat up immediately as he read the message. The pillow dropped to the floor in his haste. His fingers practically flew over the keyboard as he typed out his reply, because what was Todoroki thinking? Saying something like that? Especially when they decided that they didn't need to take those kinds of extreme actions. Midoriya. Absolutely not. 1644. Todoroki, I don't want you to stay away 1644. Todoroki. 1645 but being near me right now hurts you. Midoriya. It's because I'm not used to it 1645. I just need to get used to it 1646. It will go away after that 1646. I think. 1647. Todoroki didn't reply right away. The small text bubble at the bottom of the screen told him that he was typing something again. It would disappear and then it would appear again, as if he was repeatedly erasing what he was trying to type out. Todoroki. 1650 I don't like that it's hurting you. A few seconds after the first one, another one popped up. 1650 I don't like that I'm hurting you. His heart sped up as he read the words. His fingers moved quickly over the keyboard, typing out message after message. Sending them out before properly reading them through first. Because really that was just untrue. Midoriya. You're not hurting me 1651. There's two of you now 1651. I'm not used to that 1651. It overwhelmed my brain 1651. It's not you. 1651. Well, it is you, but not you as in you're the one hurting me 1652. Wait, I didn't mean it like that. 1652. I meant it like, it's not you on purpose 1653. Sort of. 1653. You're not doing it because you want to 1653. It's not on purpose 1653. It's the soul bond 1654. It's kind of panicking, I guess 1654. But it's definitely not you. 1654. Izuku stared at the long row of texts and felt his cheeks heat up. He could probably have condensed that into one text, couldn't he? Maybe he should have read through them first before sending them out. Collected his thoughts a bit better. The bubbles appeared again. They disappeared twice before Todoroki's answer came through. Todoroki. 1701 okay. That was all it said. Izuku waited a few minutes for another text to come through or for the bubbles to appear again, saying that Todoroki was at least typing something out. But nothing followed. He bit his lip and started typing out some kind of reassuring message. Something to make Todoroki feel better about this. Tell him that Izuku didn't blame him for the way the bond was reacting. Neither one of them had chosen any of this, after all. Both the bond and Todoroki's current condition. But he couldn't come up with something good. He kept erasing each message until he gave up with a sigh. Izuku fell back down onto the bed. His head hit the mattress awkwardly as he landed on his side, still looking at the screen. Could he have said something to make it better? Could he have worded some of his texts better? He probably could have. They hadn't been very refined. Had Todoroki even taken it the right way? Did he think that Izuku was just being kind and shifting the blame? But he should know that he wouldn't do that. Or maybe he would. But Todoroki would know that if he did. Because that would be a lie, and Izuku had meant everything he said. Stupid soul bond, Izuku muttered, hanging his arm over the edge of the bed in an attempt to reach the pillow. It wasn't until he'd managed to fish the pillow from the floor and put the phone down to charge it that he realized he didn't know which one of the counterparts were in possession of Todoroki's phone. Izuku jolted awake at the sudden round of rapid knocks against his door. He blinked groggily, rubbing the remnants of sleep from his eyes as he searched the room for a clock to tell him what time it was. "Oi, Midoriya!" Kaminari could be heard calling from outside. Another round of knocks followed. "You awake?" "Yeah," he mumbled. He cleared his throat before repeating himself. "Yeah, I'm awake." "Awesome. Dinner's ready," Kaminari said. "Sato told me to come get you." It was dinner time already? He grabbed his phone, roaming his tired gaze over the screen until his eyes fell on the 4 digits at the top of the screen. With a yelp he sat up, eyes going wide at the realization that he'd slept for at least 2 hours. He jumped up from the bed, bringing half of the duvet with him in the process. He looked down on himself to smooth out any wrinkles he'd gotten during his unexpected nap and realized that he was still in his school uniform. He hadn't gotten a chance to change out of it when they'd returned to the dorms. "Thank you, Kaminari. I'll be down in a few minutes," Izuku said, fumbling to remove his tie. He hurried to remove his uniform jacket, quickly followed by his button-up. He threw them over the back of his desk chair, making a mental note to hang them up properly later. "Okay, don't take too long," Kaminari said before leaving. Izuku heard his footsteps fade away as he jumped out of his pants. They joined the rest of the uniform as Izuku threw on a pair of slacks and a t-shirt which jokingly had flannel shirt written across the chest. He made an effort to smooth down his messy curls but gave up halfway, knowing that it was a futile effort. With that, he hurried downstairs to join the others. Todoroki, he reminded himself, was waiting for him when he got down. He stood with his back against the wall not too far from the elevator. He turned to look at Izuku the moment the elevator doors opened. He gave a small smile, but Izuku still saw that worried look in his eyes as he came over. "Do you feel better?" Rokuroki asked. The immediately shift in the back of his mind was impossible to notice. The feeling was so foreign that it sent a shiver up Izuku's spine, in an unpleasant, this isn't good kind of way. The distance that was suddenly there between them, as if Rokuroki was trying to mentally distance himself while still not leaving completely. Not that he could. When he searched a bit more, he realized that Todoroki's other half was doing the same thing. "All better," Izuku answered, giving him a reassuring smile. "I just needed some rest." Roki nodded, but didn't give a verbal reply. "Shall we?" Izuku asked, pointing towards the kitchen. "Yes. So basically Midoriya is your bodyguard?" Kaminari asked with a snort, trying to stifle a laugh but did a very bad job of doing so. "I'm just supposed to make sure that nothing happens," Izuku said, picking at his food with the chopsticks. "I'm not his bodyguard. Todoroki can take care of himself." Roki grunted. "It's probably something opposite." The table turned to look at him. Compared to his white-haired counterpart, Roki could be considered the quiet one. He didn't seem very interested in conversing with the rest of the class unless he absolutely had to. A bit like the start of their first year, Izuku muzzed. "Opposite?" Kaminari asked, eyebrows disappearing under his bangs. "Of what?" Ashido finished his question. "Midoriya's not my bodyguard," Todoroki clarified. "They want him to make sure I don't lose control and stay calm." "That's why they want him to stay close," Rokuroki added. "Still sounds like a bodyguard to me. But why Midoriya specifically?" Kaminari massaged his chin, looking like a poor imitation of a detective. He pursed his lips and narrowed his eyes as if he was pretending to be deep in thought. "Could it be that there is something you two are hiding? Some juicy secrets, maybe? You two have been pretty close lately." "Oh." Midoriya's an Omega, right? Could it be, you two are a couple? Mineta's words were interrupted by Azui's tongue slapping him across the face. An impressive feat, considering she was at least 6 chairs down and sitting on the opposite side of the table. Izuku averted his eyes from Kaminari's searching eyes and chose to ignore Mineta's question. He coughed into his fist, hiding it by pretending to scratch his nose. It's probably because we're friends. He doubted that anyone would think otherwise. He hadn't told anyone about them being soulmates, and it didn't seem like Todoroki had either. So as far as the rest of the class knew, it was just Mineta and Kaminari making their usual assumptions. Nothing that was out of the ordinary. There wasn't really any clear reason as to why he and Todoroki had kept their soulmate status a secret. It wasn't something they'd both consciously decided on, but something that just became a silent agreement between the two of them as the months had gone on. If Izuku didn't say anything about the bond, then neither would Todoroki. The only person that Todoroki had explicitly said not to say anything to was his dad, Endeavor. Izuku didn't really argue that request. He'd remembered the story Todoroki had told him about his parents and about how horribly his mom had been treated. It didn't make him feel very keen on telling the #1 hero about his connection to Todoroki. Who knew what kinds of decision Endeavor would make for them? Though, the hero had gone to great lengths to change himself in both the eyes of the public and to his family. Or at least from the little Izuku had seen of Todoroki's family. But that didn't change Izuku's status as an Omega even if he was unpresented. Anatomy don't lie, or the stigma about Omegas being nothing more than housemates. They're to birth and raise pups. In the recent years, female Omegas had began popping up in the hero profession more and more. It was slowly becoming more acceptable for them to be something other than a mother to someone's pups. But Izuku had never heard of a male Omega becoming a hero before. But that shouldn't surprise him. A very small percentage of the world's population was Omegas to begin with, and out of that number only 2 to 3% were male. Almost as if male Omegas were an evolutionary mistake that was slowly being taken care of. Bakugo snorted loudly from down the table, taking a huge bite out of his meal. He gave Izuku and the 2 Todorokis the side eye, looking over them with knowing eyes that made Izuku gulp. "Yeah, right," he muttered. "Like that's the only reason they chose you." Izuku had no idea how, but he was pretty sure that Bakugo knew. He had no idea how he'd learned about it, though. At least he knew that Bakugo could keep a secret. If they'd picked Bakugo, Todoroki would definitely lose control, Azui said in her usual tone, causing the rest of the table to burst out laughing. What was that, frog face? Wouldn't it be safer for them to pick an alpha or a teacher? Kirishima asked, one hand on Bakugo's shoulder to keep him down in his seat. Not that Midoriya couldn't handle it, but an out-of-control alpha is dangerous. Especially for an Omega. Todoroki would never hurt me, Izuku said. The very notion of Todoroki doing anything to hurt him, no matter his mental state, was almost laughable. I mean, this is Todoroki we're talking about. I would never hurt Midoriya, both Todorokis said at the same time. They both spoke in that overly protective tone that only an alpha could manage, and both of their expressions was hard, as if they'd both been offended that anyone could even think that he was capable of hurting Izuku. Which was probably also the case, because Izuku could feel a hint of it through the bond. Normally only intense emotions should trickle through, with the occasional calm. It wasn't a mating bond, so it wasn't that tangible or strong yet. They were still connected on a level that a mated couple would never achieve, but without a bite the fated bond that tied them together would never solidify in the kind of way that the story said it would. It was funny how everyone romanticized the thought of soulmates, of having someone know your every thought and what you were feeling, like it was something to aspire towards. Even mated partners would often be disappointed over not being soulmates because of how legendary that kind of bond had become. It really wasn't that much to brag about. At least not from Izuku's experience. A fated bond meant having very little privacy even in your own head. Not nearly as romantic as the stories said it was. The only time he'd felt that kind of explosive intensity that the stories spoke of had been during their fight at the sports festival. The wave of emotions that Izuku had experienced during that fight that he now knew had also been Todoroki's and not just his own had been just like what people had said it would be to find your soulmate. But ever since it had just been like a faint reminder in the back of his mind. Whenever Todoroki was irritated or sad or happy, he could tell. If he needed someone to be there for him, Izuku knew that he should be there, and so he was. It was the same way for Todoroki. Every time Izuku needed someone, he was there. Like how he'd texted Izuku, telling him to call him as soon as he could, during his fight with Chisaki. He'd asked almost immediately if Izuku needed him to be there and had arrived at the hospital the very same day. But now it seemed like everything was filtering through. Like the bond had stretched so thin it couldn't differentiate between average emotions and the strong, intense ones. Not intentionally, maybe, Kaminari said, stuffing his face with rice. But if you get out of control... He didn't finish the sentence, but the entire table knew exactly what it was he didn't say. We don't know enough about how this split works yet, so we don't know if that would ever happen or not, Izuku said, maybe a bit too frustrated because the entire table looked at him. Even the two halves of Todoroki gave him a questioning glance. Sorry, Midoriya, I'm not trying to imply that he would, Kaminari apologized. No, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to raise my voice. Izuku shrank down in his chair, feeling his cheeks heat up. It's just that this is Todoroki. I can't imagine he would ever do something like that. Well, we'll be here if it does happen, Kirishima promised, giving a bright grin. Not that I think it will. I'll kick your butt, half and half BSRD, Bakugo said, small explosions crackling in his palm. Just because you're two people now, don't think you're stronger. Todoodadoo just gave a grunt and a nod in reply. Rokuroki didn't say anything, eyes focused on Izuku. We probably wouldn't even have to fight. Shinso could just tell him not to do it, Siro said, nudging the new addition to their class with his elbow. Would it work on a raging alpha? Ashido asked. Aren't they, like, super strong-willed? Shinso's an alpha, too, you know, Kaminari said, throwing an arm over said alpha's shoulders. Right? It wouldn't be a problem for you. As long as he replies, Shinso agreed, but he didn't seem very invested in the conversation, so it was difficult to say if he actually believed his own words or not. But I've never had to use it in that kind of situation before. And Midoriya broke free of the mind control with little problem, Ashido said with a nod. I wouldn't call breaking your fingers a little problem. It was really difficult, you know? And it really hurt, Izuku said. Izuku chuckled awkwardly, scratching his neck. He found himself scratching right above his scent glands again. They were still swollen. Talk went back to normal after that. No one brought up the topic of out-of-control alphas and let the conversations shift to other topics. Like this year's sports festival and what kinds of challenges they might have this year. Everyone promised to do better this year than before. Bakugo didn't say anything about winning or made any promises about coming out on top. He was probably still salty about the way he'd won last year. He did, however, yell at both Todorokis, if you hold back this year, half and half BSRD, I'll kill you. I told you, Todo started. I wasn't holding back, Roki finished. I kinda want to see them fight this year, too, Ashido said, moving the remains of her food around on her plate. I was really excited to see how it would turn out last year. Yeah, and now that Todoroki can use his flames, Kaminari added with a big grin. He could probably kick Bakugo's butt. I dare you to repeat that, dunce face. Bakugo roared. He managed to stand up and made to move across the table before Kirishima grabbed him by the back of his shirt and pulled him back down. He landed with a humph, still glaring at Kaminari. Kaken's at the top of the class, but even last year Todoroki had an even chance of winning, Izuku mumbled to himself. But we had just started the year, we didn't have much training to rely on that time. This year we've improved a lot more, but Kaken's still at the top of the class. Midoriya's at it again, someone take notes, Uraraka joked. Place your bets, who do you think will come out on top? Who would come out on top? With his ice alone, Todoroki is quite the opponent. But he has a limit, but so do Kaken. The biggest risk would be if he got Todoroki in close combat. That's where Todoroki falters. His quirk works better at a distance, Izuku continued, not really hearing all of what Uraraka had said. So Bakugo would win? Ashido asked. Maybe not. If Todoroki uses his flames, he has a good chance of counteracting Kaken's explosions. If he blocks Kaken's explosions with his ice and uses his fire when Kaken breaks through, he could catch him by surprise, and that's just one alternative. It really depends on which front Kaken would attack. Izuku massaged his chin as he pursed his lips, eyebrows knitted together enough to form wrinkles across his forehead. It could be either really. A loud explosion could be heard as the whole table shook. Would you shut it, you dim nerd? You saying I'm weaker than this BSTRD? Izuku jolted back to reality and out of his train of thought. What? And no, that's not what I'm saying at all. I was. He flailed with his arms, pointing in each and every direction. Bakugo was in the top 3 in this year's quiz though, Uraraka said, interrupting the two and saving Izuku from his poor attempt at explaining away his muttering. Yeah, but wasn't Todoroki at number 1 last year? Kaminari asked. So he was above Bakugo? No, that was Yaomomo, and Todoroki didn't participate in this year's QATS, Ashido started. She gasped, slamming both hands down on the table dramatically. Oh, Todoroki, you missed the quirk apprehension test. I did so much better this year. You're right. Izuku remembered that Todoroki hadn't been present at all during their first day because of his condition. We all have. You should have seen Midoriya. That throw was awesome, dude, Kirishima praised, reaching behind Roki to clap Izuku on the back. And not a broken bone in sight. Kaken still threw farther, Izuku said, which was true but not by much. They'd been pretty neck and neck throughout the test. He wasn't sure how it had happened, but in a way it had turned into a competition of sorts between the two. Demonstrate I did. Bakugo exclaimed, slamming his hand down on the table. The whole table shook once again at the impact. Uraraka threw farther than both of you, Kaminari pointed out. She didn't even throw the ball, Bakugo defended. Uraraka sent him a grin. But Midoriya did better than Bakugo in the grip strength test, Ashido pointed out, pointing her chopsticks at Bakugo. If we're going by that, then Shoji did better than both of them, Azui said from down the table, interrupting Bakugo's growing tantrum. Kirishima was doing a great job at keeping him in his chair, though. But Deku is the one that improved the most since last year. Right, Deku? Uraraka beamed at him from across the table. I finally have control over my quirk, Izuku said, looking down at his crooked fist. At least compared to last year's test. Last year he'd been at the bottom. He had been so scared about getting expelled on the first day and his hand had hurt so badly that he hadn't been able to focus properly. But this year had been different. He'd been up there at the top with Bakugo and Yaoyorozu this time. Todoroki would have probably been somewhere at the top too if he had participated. See, Shinso, you don't have to worry about not being at the top, Mineta said. He'd done pretty much the same as last year. Midoriya was at the bottom last year. That's harsh, dude, Kirishima said. It's just a test. When it comes to fighting, you're pretty awesome, Kaminari said, turning towards Shinso. Like last year's fight against Class B. You've all got a year's more training than me, Shinso said with a nonchalant shrug. I'm not expecting to be at the top straight away. Hey, do you think Todoroki will have to do the test later? Ashido asked, leaning forwards in her chair. Maybe when he's back to normal, Yaoyorozu quipped in. You're probably right. The results wouldn't be very valid if he takes it like he is now. Ashido nodded in agreement. I don't mind not taking it, Tadu said. But aren't you curious about how well you do? Ashido asked. It's a test to show how much you've improved, Tadu said. I don't care about that kind of thing. You don't? Izuku asked, both eyebrows raised and eyes wide. He hadn't expected that. Tadu shook his head. It doesn't matter in the end. What matters is your ability to handle yourself in a crisis. That's true. I suppose. Izuku tilted his head as he thought about it. But it's a good way of showing how much you've improved and in what areas you'd have to train more. You were at the bottom last year, Midoriya. It had no effect on your ability to fight in a real battle, Tadu said. He gave Izuku a disapproving look. Even if it meant breaking most, if not all, of your bones. Izuku gave a nervous chuckle at that. He'd gotten a lot of disapproving stares from Todoroki after they talked about their soulmate bond, even some before, too. He'd often told Izuku that he needed to be more careful when he fought, that he had to stop breaking his bones when fighting. So the QAT results don't matter, Roki said, finishing his soba. This last year has already shown where I need to improve, Tadu added, agreeing with his counterpart. You'll probably still have to do it, Izuku said. Both Todorokis nodded, Roki giving a grunt as well. He glanced at Izuku and a smile twitched in the corners of his lips. Glad to know you're not breaking any more bones. So am I, Izuku agreed with a nod. He had no plans to break any more bones in the near future, or at any point in the future. Plus, he wasn't sure he wanted to deal with 2 Todorokis if that happened. Izuku tapped the tip of his pen against his bottom lip absent-mindedly as he looked down on the open page before him. He'd just spent the last few hours jotting down the day's discoveries onto the pages and the many theories that came to mind regarding Todoroki's current condition. In some places he'd even drawn diagrams and images to better visualize what he meant. Like the scrambled notes of a restless mind, barely any of it made sense. That if that's the case, then Todoroki, he muttered aloud, nibbling on the eraser. There were already small indentations in the rubber from his teeth. So that would be like this? He circled the giant brain he'd drawn on one of the pages. One of the halves had been outlined with red marker and the other with blue. He'd based it completely off of what Yaoyorozu had said before, about the left brain and right brain. At first he'd thought about coloring the left brain red, but then he'd done some more research on the matter. After that it didn't seem right anymore. He'd colored it blue instead, to symbolize Todoroki's right-hand side. Izuku thought back to the conversation him and the 2 Todorokis had had on their way back to the dorms. They talked in sync, probably because they had a similar thought process and thus came up with the similar answers. But the more he thought about it, the more it bothered him. They were both parts of Todoroki, but if the theory about the left brain and right brain was correct, then shouldn't their thought process be based on their separate dominant hemisphere? To do should be the logical one, basing things on facts and what was the best solution, while Rokuroki should be creative? Izuku didn't quite know how that would translate, especially since he didn't know Todoroki to be a very creative person. As far as Izuku was aware, at least. So shouldn't that technically mean that they should come to completely different conclusions? Shouldn't they think differently? Could it be that they were linked on a psychic level? Like in cord between 2 monitors, or between a TV and a computer? You could control the TV from the computer, but also the computer formed the TV. But if that was the case, how deep would that kind of connection go? Could they control each other? Did that mean they could read each other's mind? If that was the case, then that would explain their repeated synchronized speech as well as how they seemed to finish each other's sentences. But then there was that conversation on the way back to the dorms. They'd come to different conclusions on how to handle Izuku's discomfort about the situation. Or rather than different conclusions, different variations of the same conclusion. They'd also disagreed on the nicknames that Hagakure had come up with. Izuku wrote down the actions controlled by each hemisphere of the brain. He could already connect some of them to each of the 2 halves. To had so far appeared calm and collected. A bit more tactful and Izuku dared say logical based on the theory alone than Rokuroki, the left-hand side. The side that was, according to the theory, the more creative side. But Izuku would probably call him more emotional than creative. He expanded on that theory over and over, rewriting it again and again. He scribbled over certain thoughts and underlined others. He came up with new possibilities and other thoughts that lead to completely new theories. But what stood out to him the most and confused him was the fact that Todoroki had disagreed with himself. Maybe because it had never crossed his mind that you could disagree with yourself. Because even if Tadu and Roki were 2 separate people now, they were still 2 parts of Todoroki. They were, essentially, still the same person in 2 separate bodies. Right? Izuku let out a loud groan, leaning back in the chair. He dropped the pen onto the notebook and ran both hands over his face. Maybe it was just the Omega inside that was overthinking this, and that was why he couldn't let this go. Maybe he was just reacting like this because Todoroki was now 2 people. It had been acting up a lot today. Now that he thought about it, it had probably started yesterday. Was that why he hadn't been able to fall asleep? His lips formed a thin line as his stomach let out a loud rumble. He glanced at the clock and saw that the small hand rested on top of the number 2. Maybe I should get something to eat before I go to sleep, he thought aloud, closing the notebook with a sigh. Izuku squinted with his eyes when he came out of the elevator. The common room was darkly lit, the only light coming from one of the lampposts outside. But Izuku was sure he spotted something bright red peeking out by the armrest of one of the couches. "Hello?" Izuku asked, coming closer. It could just be a fluffy blanket someone had left out on the armrest, but he quickly came to think about Todoroki. It was like a small tickle in the back of his neck. So he hesitantly asked, "Todoroki?" The potential blanket moved at the sound of Izuku's voice, sitting up to reveal the silhouette of a person. In the dark, all Izuku could see properly was his burning blue eyes. They shone in the dark, like the headlights of a car shining into the eyes of an animal's. His heart made a leap in his chest and he found himself letting out a surprised yelp. "Midoriya," Todoroki acknowledged. "Rokuroki," Izuku reminded himself. "Did I scare you?" the alpha continued, raising an eyebrow. "No," Izuku lied, lips forming a thin line. Before Rokuroki could point out the obvious lie, he added, "You're still awake?" Rokuroki gave a grunt in reply, leaning against the back of the couch. "Yeah, I'm sleeping." "Huh. What?" Izuku stopped in his walk towards the couch, frowning as he tried to process the words. "Sorry, did I wake you?" he asked. "I'm the other me is sleeping," Roki clarified, pointing up at the roof and then at himself. "I'm awake." "You're awake but to-do is asleep upstairs?" he asked. Roki nodded in confirmation. "But aren't you tired?" Roki placed a hand on his chest. It was a bit hard to tell in the dark, but Izuku was sure that his brow furrowed as he spoke. "I'm getting rest as we speak." "Oh, okay." Izuku nodded, not quite understanding how that could work. But he accepted it as an answer. "I was going to make a sandwich. Do you want one?" Roki sat silent for a moment before he gave a shrug. He stood up from the couch and walked over to Izuku. "Okay." Roki wasn't sure why he had stayed in the common room when everyone else had left to go to their rooms. His other half to-do, he reminded himself with a shudder, had retreated sometime after dinner. Roki knew that he'd done it to keep a distance from Midoriya, so instead of following his other half, he had stayed by the Omega's side until he, too, had gone off to bed. Roki could feel himself resting, feeling how the exhaustion of the day slowly disappeared. It was at the same time a foreign sensation and at the same time it was familiar. He was asleep, yet he wasn't. It was odd to say the least. He wasn't sure if he could explain it even if he tried. Even during dinner, while they'd all been eating, he had noticed it. That every bite his other half took, he could feel his hunger slowly dissipating. From the glances he received, his other half had noticed as well. Back when they'd first split in half, Roki remembered the confusion that his other half had felt when he'd stared at him from across the room. He was himself and yet he was across the room. He was here and at the same time he was there. At first it had been uncomfortable, like he was no longer himself. Like there was a part of him that wasn't quite there anymore, but that had quickly disappeared when both of them had realized that they weren't as separate as they'd thought. Roki knew exactly what his other half was thinking, what he was feeling, what he decided to do. It was like he was still thinking it, but not in his own head. His thoughts from another body. He watched in silence as Midoriya moved around the kitchen fetching all different kinds of tools and foods, from a cutting board to vegetables such as tomatoes and cucumbers, to taking out a loaf of bread. At one point he even grabbed a lettuce, ripped a leaf from it and washed it in the sink before putting it beside the cutting board. He was moving around like a miniature green whirlwind. But the controlled whirlwind. One that didn't leave a mess behind but still moved uncontrollably around. You couldn't quite predict what it was going to do next. It was kinda cute how focused he was, even over something so small as making a couple of sandwiches. "What do you want on your sandwich, Todoroki?" Midoriya asked, looking over his shoulder. "Do you want vegetables?" Roki found himself giving a soft smile at the use of his last name. For some reason, the thought of Midoriya calling him by the silly nicknames the class had come up with bothered him. He didn't want Midoriya to call him by anything other than his name. He liked how it rolled off of the Omega's tongue. Always spoken with admiration, no matter what tone of voice Midoriya used. Admiration Roki wasn't quite sure he deserved from someone as amazing as Midoriya. He wondered what his given name would sound like. Would it be spoken the same, with that admiration? Or would it be more NTMT? Like a secret that only they knew. Something precious. I usually put jam on mine, he replied. Jam? Midoriya muttered, looking around the kitchen. I didn't see any in the fridge. Maybe we have some spread? Is that okay? It's fine. He rummaged through some cupboards in his search, craning his neck to see the top shelves. Midoriya stood on his tiptoes and leaned backwards, using the cupboard doors to hold himself upright to be able to see better. The whole dorm building was built so that every student would be able to enjoy dorm life as comfortably as possible. That meant that the kitchen shelves reached quite high up, with only Shoji being the one that could reach the top ones with little to no difficulty. Midoriya opened the cupboards above the cutting board and let out a loud, "There we go," he said, leaning backwards as he looked at the jar on top one of the higher shelves. It looked unopened. He stood on his tiptoes with his hand outstretched to grab the jar, but couldn't quite reaching all the way up. Midoriya pursed his lips and looked around the kitchen. "I'll get it, Midoriya," Roki said, walking over to the cupboard. "No, I've got it. I just need to fetch a—" Midoriya started, not finishing his sentence before he disappeared and came back carrying a chair. "A chair? That doesn't look safe," Roki said, eyeing the chair uncertainly. "It'll be fine," Midoriya said, stepping onto the chair and reaching up towards the shelf in a second attempt. He barely reached and flexed with his fingers, trying to reach a bit higher. "Almost got it." "Midoriya," Roki started, reaching out to hold onto said Omega's leg. "Let me get it for you." As Roki spoke, Midoriya placed his foot on the back of the chair to gain some more altitude. It was a dumb decision made in a moment of bad judgment. The chair screeched as if skidded backwards. The back of the chair tipped forwards and Midoriya's body went falling down with it. His torso launched forwards at the sudden loss of balance and he slammed his face into the shelves, letting out a loud yelp at the impact. "Midoriya!" Roki shouted, reacting immediately. He threw his right hand forwards to create a stretch of ice to stop the fall. He intended for it to be a slide. It would be cold, but at least Midoriya wouldn't collide with the floor at full force. Nothing happened. His arm remained the same temperature as before. There was none of the cold tingling that would creep up his arm when frost would spread up his arm as ice would sprout from his fingertips. There wasn't even a hint of the frosty breeze that would normally brush over his fingers whenever he used his ice quirk. Nothing, like there was no cold left inside his body. Roki sprang forwards immediately, instead reaching his right hand forwards to grab onto Midoriya. He didn't even notice the crackle of green lightning or the surge of power that swirled around the room as Midoriya angled his body to brace himself against the floor. They collided in a moment of confusion. Roki grabbed Midoriya's arm, losing balance as the Omega pushed away from the chair and into the air. Midoriya yelped as he was dragged back down, chin colliding with Roki's forehead. "Sheet," Roki cursed, grabbing onto the counter for support. His palm slipped on the surface and cut straight across the sharp edge of the knife that had been left on the cutting board. They fell to the floor in a mess of limbs. They bumped against each other a few times as they tried to correct themselves. Midoriya's head hit Roki's chin and their limbs got tangled up in each other before they managed to get into a semi-okay position. "Oh my god! Todoroki, are you okay?" Midoriya gasped, both hands placed on the Alpha's shoulders to hold himself up. "I'm fine," Roki said, shifting around as he braced himself on his arms to hold himself upright. He hissed as he ran his hand over the floor, pain spreading across his palm as blood smeared across the wooden floorboards. He really was fine. The cut was shallow and while it was bleeding, it was nothing that wouldn't heal on its own. He'd suffered worse injuries. A cut across his palm that probably wouldn't even leave a scar was not the most pressing matter right now. No, that would be Midoriya who was currently on top of him, straddling him like he was meant to be there. His strong thighs that could easily break a person in half was perfectly hugging Roki's lap. Midoriya shifted, probably trying to get into a better position and unknowingly tightening his thighs around Roki. Roki couldn't help himself. His hand itched to touch. Just a quick brush wouldn't hurt. A quick brush of his fingers. He ran his uninjured hand up Midoriya's thigh, slowly starting at the knee and moved up towards his center of his thigh. He never gripped. Didn't dare grab onto that deadly weapon and feel the muscles hidden underneath. Like he was afraid his hand would be swatted away at any second. Midoriya opened his mouth to say something, but bit his lip instead. His big, round eyes looked around the room, seeming to avoid looking straight at Roki. His Adam's apple bobbed as he audibly swallowed. He looked so inviting with that faint blush dusting his cheeks. Midoriya. Whatever it was Roki was planning on saying, because even he wasn't quite sure himself, was interrupted by a sudden gasp. Todoroki, you're bleeding! Midoriya exclaimed, his eyes going wide. It's just a scratch. Midoriya grabbed his injured hand and pulled it towards himself. Roki squeezed his hand into a fist, digging his fingernails into his palm. A sharp pain shot throughout his hand and a few droplets of blood spread out from under his fingertips. He knew it was childish. He was being selfish, but Midoriya was so close. Let me see. The Omega brushed his fingers over Roki's wrist. They traveled up and over the sensitive scent glands placed right below his palm and up towards the clenched fists. His crooked fingers gently moved over the revealed part of Roki's palm, his thumb brushing over the clenched fingers. Midoriya gently pushed them open and very slowly Roki opened his fist. Because if he let Midoriya see, then he would move. The blood had smeared across his palm and up over his fingers. It looked much worse than it was. Having clenched his hand had pushed out more blood than the wound would have produced on its own, leaving his hand looking like a mess. Those big green eyes went wide at the sight, and Roki felt guilty for having brought such an expression to Midoriya's face. And just like that, Midoriya was gone. Roki's lap was cold and empty as the Omega ran over to a cabinet on the other side of the kitchen. He pushed himself up with a groan. He brushed his thighs clean of dust, smearing blood over his jeans. He wanted Midoriya back in his lap. Midoriya came running back towards him, placing a first aid kit on the counter with a thud. He picked up the chair he'd knocked over and pushed it towards Roki. Sit, he said, eyes big, round and soft. Always soft. Even when he was being more assertive than most alphas, they still had that softness to them. I'm so sorry. I should have been more careful. I told you it's fine, Roki said, but did as Midoriya said. He held out his hand, letting Midoriya tend to the wound just to feel his hands against his own again. Midoriya's hands were rough and scarred, hardened from harsh training and overexertion. His right hand was bent in an unnatural way and the fingers were crooked to the point that Roki often wondered if they still hurt even now, almost a year later. Yet, even with how hard and strong those hands looked, no matter how rough they felt to the touch, they were always so gentle. They moved carefully over Roki's bleeding palm, as if Midoriya was scared he would inflict more damage. As Midoriya cleaned the blood from his hand with a wet wipe and ran a disinfected cotton swab over the wound, Roki found that he enjoyed every moment of it. Even if it stung and the wound burned at the attention from the alcoholic substance, as long as it was Midoriya's touch. Does it hurt that bad? Roki almost jerked his hand back in surprise. He regretfully looked away from Midoriya's hands working on his own wounded one to look him in the eyes. No, it barely hurts at all. You sure? You made a face, so I thought. Midoriya started, putting a sterilized pad over the cut and slowly bandaging it up. I was just thinking, he said, looking back down at their joined hands. About what? About what indeed? What had he been thinking about? He'd been thinking about Midoriya's strong thighs across his own. The warmth of having him so close. He'd thought about the feel of his scarred hands on his skin. The care with which the Omega touched him, how carefully he cared for his injured hand. The feel of his fingers against his own. Of how he wanted to grab onto Midoriya's hands and never let them go. How would he summarize that into words without sounding like a creep? He looked at his bandaged palm and followed Midoriya's hands holding his own. Up his well-trained arms. Over each and every scar that marred the young hero-to-be's skin. His t-shirt was wrinkled and loose, but that didn't hide Midoriya's broad shoulders. Roki might have admired his neck a bit too long and lingered on his jawline and plump lips a bit too obviously before meeting Midoriya's concerned green eyes. I was thinking, Roki started saying, tightening his fingers around the Omega's uneven ones. He leaned up at the same time pulling Midoriya down towards him. Roki didn't know how to explain any of it. He had no idea what it was he was actually feeling besides the fact that it was something very primal, but he knew that this wasn't the first time he felt it. How do you explain an emotion you don't know? So Roki just followed his instincts. He did what felt right, because something inside said that that would make everything clear. Maybe Midoriya would understand everything if he just showed him. What are you two doing? Roki had to stifle the growl deep down in his throat to not let Midoriya hear his annoyance at the sudden interruption. He should have realized that his other half was approaching. Should have been able to tell that his other self wasn't sleeping anymore. But he'd been too distracted by Midoriya. Been too focused on the onslaught of thoughts and emotions to notice the shift in the back of his mind. The other him stood in the doorway. His shirt was tousled and his hair was thrown around like he'd just woken up. Which was definitely the case. Roki knew he'd been asleep mere minutes ago. His eyes were narrowed, the stormy gray irises that was so much like their mother's but without any of the warmth, were very judging as they moved from Midoriya to dig deep into Roki's own. Todoroki, Midoriya said, yanking his hand out of Roki's. Then he frowned and looked from Roki to Todo before shaking his head. I thought you were asleep? I was, Roki answered for his other half. He didn't mean for his voice to come out as irritated as it did. My hand hurt all of a sudden, so I woke up, Todo explained, holding up his unharmed hand. What happened? I cut myself, Roki huffed, holding up his own bandaged hand. He gave a small wave to emphasize the injury. It's my bad, actually, Midoriya said, putting the items back into the first aid kit. I was careless. I told you it's not your fault, Roki said, standing up. He flexed his fingers and inspected the bandages. Thank you. No problem. Midoriya's cheeks turned a slight pink shade, but he turned around before Roki could confirm what he saw. He put the first aid kit away before clearing his voice, coming over to the two. We were going to make sandwiches. And I cut myself? Todo asked. Midoriya nodded. I fell and he cut himself trying to catch me. I see. His other half was silent, quiet outwards. But inwards, Roki could feel the irritation. Irritation that was directed at himself, or directed at Roki. He gave him a glance before turning back to Midoriya. Do you, maybe, also want a sandwich? Midoriya asked when neither have said anything. Todo nodded. I'll have jam. Midoriya chuckled awkwardly, pointing up at the open cupboard. It's up there. We were trying to reach it when I fell. Oh. He turned to Midoriya. Do you want me to give you a boost? Roki watched them fetch the jar from atop the shelf. Todo making a ledge with his hands for Midoriya to use to hoist himself up far enough that he could grab the jar and safely get down. He couldn't explain the feeling that rose in his chest at the sight. Why seeing Midoriya so at ease with his other half made his insides twist. That was himself he was looking at. Yet, in some weird, complicated way, it wasn't. He placed a hand over his chest and frowned. Why was he feeling like this? Roki sat mostly in silence while they ate while Midoriya and Todo chatted away. He didn't feel interested in conversing with himself right now. Then they finished and Midoriya told them both good night. He watched the Omega as he walked towards the elevator. Before he disappeared around the corner and out of sight, their eyes met. There was something in those green eyes as they locked eyes. Something deep and searching, something uncertain. Midoriya quickly averted his eyes. Then he was gone and out of Roki's sight. He frowned. Had Midoriya been blushing? Stop it. He looked up at his other half who was glaring at him. His white eyebrows were furrowed and his eyes were hard. A warning filtered through Roki's mind, like a command that told him to watch himself. I'm not doing anything, Roki growled. He could feel the judgment, the anger and, worst of all, the disappointment that radiated off of his other half where he stood beside him. I'm thinking it, Todo said, the temperature dropping. He huffed because he was. What he hadn't been able to explain to Midoriya lingered heavily at the forefront of his mind. Roki knew exactly what his other half meant. Could feel exactly what it was his other half was worrying about. Why he had hurried down from their bedroom in such a hurry. Shut up. Izuku inhaled long, deep breaths as he tried to calm his rapidly beating heart. It hammered away in his chest like a steam engine and his lungs fought to pull in air. His face was hot and he was sure it was flushed a bright red. God, why had that happened? He ran both hands down his face with a groan. A faint ashy scent hit his nostrils and he took a long whiff to find the source. His fingers, he realized. He brought them closer to his nose and took a deep breath through his nose. That ashy but sweet scent that Roki had released before was clinging to his fingers. How? He started, trying to think back on how the scent was lingering so prominently. Then his eyes widened in horror. Oh my God, I touched his scent glands. The glands placed on the wrists definitely weren't as NTMT as the scent glands placed on the nape of the neck. Revealing your neck to someone was often a sign of SBMSN. It was such a vulnerable part of the body, especially since you had to turn your back to someone to be able to show it. The wrists were not as NTMT. It was often normal for two people who were courting to kiss their partner's wrists or to rub it against the clothes when wrapping their arms around them. But it was still an act reserved for couples. It was a way of showing others that that person in question was taken. Touching someone's scent glands without permission, it was considered incredibly rude. Why did I do that? He asked himself aloud. He grasped his shirt, feeling how something tightened in his chest. Why didn't I just use my quirk to get the jar? He could still feel it. Roki's hand in his own. Could still feel the alpha's other one travel up his thigh like a searching wanderer. He hadn't said anything. What should he have said? Hey, Todoroki, you're touching my thigh pretty intimately there. Yeah, friends don't do that. Well no, I don't actually want you to stop, I was just. Izuku slapped his own cheeks loudly as they heated up. Stop it? Todoroki was one of his best friends. He shouldn't be thinking like that. They decided to be friends. He shouldn't be feeling any of this. When Izuku came down to the common room the next morning, Rokuroki was still there. He looked exactly like he'd done the night before. Still wearing the same pair of clothes. His hair was thrown about a bit and his shirt was wrinkled as if he'd slept in it. He and Tadu sat next to each other as they ate breakfast. Or, more precisely, Rokuroki was the one who was eating breakfast. Tadu sat next to him with a steaming cup of tea. They glanced up at the same time when he walked in, both giving him a soft good morning smile. Did you sleep at all last night? Izuku asked Rokuroki while he grabbed a bowl of cereal and sat down in front of the two. I mean you and not your other you. Some, Roki answered. He raised an eyebrow at the odd wording but seemed to understand what Izuku meant. Last night you said that you could feel yourself, he pointed at Tadu with the spoon. Sleeping? Roki nodded. I could. Which meant you didn't need to sleep. Somehow? Izuku asked, trying to wrap his head around how that would even work. I don't really understand it myself, but yes. I think it's like how I could feel myself get cut, Tadu said. It hurt, even if there isn't a physical wound. Right. Izuku nodded. He had to remember to write that down later. He looked at the food in front of Rokuroki and at the cup of tea in front of Tadu. He furrowed his brow. Is that also why you're not eating anything? Tadu nodded. Yes. After last night, it seems like only one of me have to eat when I'm hungry, Rokuroki said. So basic functions like hunger, pain and sleep are connected. Izuku mumbled to himself, taking a spoonful of cereal. He swallowed before he continued. But does your body actually get the right amount of rest or nutrients? You are in separate bodies now. The two Todorokis looked at each other and shrugged. I don't know. Please take care of yourself, Izuku said. Tadu raised an eyebrow, his lips twitching upwards just a bit. As long as you take care of yourself too, Midoriya. I am, he promised. Just last night you almost fell and hit your head, Roki pointed out. That was an accident. He pursed his lips and looked away, feeling his cheeks heat up at the memory. Roki's lap had been warm and surprisingly comfortable. His hand on his thigh had been almost electric. He could almost feel it moving up his thigh right now, like a phantom's touch. Lingering. But you need to be careful about your condition, Izuku insisted, doing his best to fight down the memory of last night. We don't know enough yet. There could be side effects we don't know about. I promise I'll be careful. At that moment, Ida sped into the kitchen. Hurry up and eat breakfast. School starts in an hour. While walking to class, the two Todorokis once again walked on either side of him. Izuku could feel the stares from the other students as they walked through the hallways, and there were faint whispers in the background. Chatter between students and gossip that was quickly starting up. There was a group of girls on the first floor who pointed at them. One giggled and blushed as she hid her lower face with her hand. It continued all the way to their classroom, which Izuku gladly entered, escaping the stares and whispers. Most of the floor surrounding their new classroom was empty at this hour, but it still felt nice to have a door between them and the rumors that was undoubtedly already starting to spread throughout the school. Hey, Todoroki, Izuku said as a thought crossed his mind. Yes, both replied. What are we going to do about your desk? Izuku asked, looking at said desk in question. If you squeezed together, he was sure you could fit two chairs next to each other, but it was definitely a tight fit. I don't mind, Tadu said. He walked over to the desk, stomped with his foot on the floor between his and Yaoyorozu's desk. The temperature dropped as frost spread over the closest desks and the floor. Steam rose from the cold floor as a small block of ice resembling a chair sprouted from the ground. Then, without saying a word, he sat down. Isn't that cold? Yaoyorozu asked. Her eyebrows knitted together as she looked at the ice. She raised her shirt, and out from her stomach slowly came something that looked very soft and cushiony. Here, she said, holding out a red pillow to Tadu. Use this. Thanks. He stood up, placed the pillow on the ice chair, and then sat back down. That is more comfortable. Todoroki, that is highly inappropriate. Use a spare chair instead of freezing the classroom, Ida said loudly. His whole forearm moved up and down as he pointed with his whole hand towards the white-haired Todoroki. There aren't any in the classroom, Rokuroki said with a shrug, sitting down at his desk. And class starts soon. Tadu finished. Do they have to do that? Ashido asked, leaning away in her chair. It's creepy. Both Todorokis looked at each other. Sorry. That's creepy too. Right before class started, Aizawa came into the classroom holding a fold-up table. He was dragging a matching chair behind him. The legs screeched as they dragged across the floor. He called Tadu up to the front and handed the set over. For now, you'll have to use these. Because they were one additional student this year than what was normal for the hero course, the seating order in the back had switched up. Instead of rows of 4 all the way down to the back, the row furthest back was now made up of 3 seats instead of 4. Uraraka's seat had been pushed back behind Yaoyorozu's row of desks, and next to her sat Shinso. Tadu was placed in the back between the two. They pushed their desks to the side so that Tadu could fold up his new temporary seating. After having Roki melt the ice chair, class went on as normal. Aizawa paid little attention to Todoroki's condition, going on as he normally did. Izuku tried to concentrate on the lesson. He tried to copy what Aizawa was writing down on the board, but somehow he couldn't focus properly. He still managed to get down enough from the lesson to get by, but the notes were sloppy and all over the place. Some of them were pure scribbles that made little to no sense. The page was close to that of a complete mess, to be honest. He sighed. In a worst-case scenario, he could just copy some notes from Ida or Yaoyorozu. Todoroki probably wouldn't mind sharing his notes either. He scratched at his neck. It felt like something hot was burning into his neck, like someone was holding up a burning match just inches from his neck. He fought down the urge to turn his head and look behind him, to find the source of the sudden distraction. For some reason, his mind immediately went to the Rokuroki. There was just something about the shiver that went up his spine at the thought of those intense, burning eyes that was all too familiar to now. The way those blue embers burned themselves into Izuku's flesh. He could almost feel them bore into the back of his head like 2 hot drills. Izuku glanced behind him without looking over his shoulder. He moved his head just enough that all he had to do was look from the corner of his eye to see behind him. He barely moved his head a few millimeters further to the side to better see behind him, sending a quick look towards Todoroki's desk. It was just supposed to be a quick enough look to see if Rokuroki was looking at him or not. Look behind him and then back to the board. Immediately his gaze was met with Roki's. The Alpha was leaning forward, resting one arm on the desk as his other hand was working to copy notes from the board. Though his eyes were looking straight at Izuku and he didn't seem to be paying much attention to lesson at all. The Alpha gave him a soft smile, eyes narrowing a bit. An odd feeling spread throughout the back of Izuku's mind that he couldn't properly place. A feeling that didn't make sense to him. It made his heart beat faster and caused his face to heat up. His breath hitched as he quickly turned back toward the blackboard. The first half of the day went on surprisingly well. There were a few odd glances from students when they saw Todoroki's two halves walk around, especially during lunch. But other than some whispers here and there, no one made a big fuss about it. A few girls from the other course's betas that Izuku remembered had given Todoroki chocolate during Valentine's Day were openly talking about the two Todorokis, not seeming to be all that bothered by the fact that they could openly be heard. Midoriya. Izuku turned around, giving Rokuroki a smile as the Alpha put his lunch tray down next to his. Yes. Can I ask you something? Rokuroki asked. Sure, Izuku said. What is it? Could you help me set up my room? Your room? Rokuroki nodded, pulling the chair out and sitting down. He took his chopsticks and split them in half as he spoke. Aizawa talked to me after class. I can use the bedroom on the 5th floor for the time being. The spare one? Izuku asked for clarification. I don't think I'll need it, but according to Aizawa, Principal Nizu don't want two students sharing a dorm room, Roki continued with a nod. I'll help, but you did a really good job on your own last year, Izuku said. Not sure if I'd be of much help. Todoroki's room last year had been impressive. The style had been completely different from the rest of the dorm rooms. The paneling on the walls and the tame mat that covered the floor. All of it had been so traditional. Todoroki hadn't even used any of the standard furnitures that the school offered with the rooms. Instead, he'd brought his own. I started setting up my room last night. It's almost done, Roki said, picking up his sauce bowl. He picked up some noodles with his chopsticks and dipped them before eating. Already? Yes. That was fast. I'm very determined. Doesn't really sound like you need my help. You're strong. Roki gave him the hint of a smile. But could really use your help. Okay, Izuku said with a nod. To-do shot repeated glances to his other half throughout most of the day. For some reason he wasn't sure he could just let his other half wander around without supervision. He could still vividly remember the images that had flashed before his mind in his sleep, like scenes of a dream, as Rokuroki had interacted with Midoriya. He still caught them, those thoughts, those inappropriate desires that he'd always written of as a side effect of those pesky alpha instincts, coming from Rokuroki. Throughout the morning, he sent multiple warnings when he caught Rokuroki openly staring at Midoriya or when the occasional crude thought would filter through from his other half. They were still, in a weird and confusing way, his own thoughts. Most of them had crossed his mind throughout his first year, back when he'd been all himself. But now it was as if the thoughts had been amplified in intensity. The impulsivity of the thoughts, of the desires, were on a completely different level from what he'd felt before. When he'd realized Midoriya and him were fated mates, he hadn't been able to help himself. He'd needed to know more about the Omega, know what made him special. He'd wanted to know every deep, dark secret that Midoriya kept hidden. Needed to know how he moved, what he liked, every forbidden thought he'd ever thought. It hadn't taken him long before caught himself thinking of Midoriya as his Omega. Almost as if he already belonged to Todoroki. The worst was that To-Do didn't know when it had started. If it was at the sports festival or even before that. He couldn't recall a moment when the way he thought of Midoriya had changed, and that terrified him. He'd left it up to Midoriya to decide what they were to each other. The desire to be more to than friends was a side effect of the bond between them. They'd both silently agreed on that. Instincts were like that sometime, whether they were wanted or not. And he had been all right with just being friends. That's what he told himself. As long as he got to keep Midoriya in his life. All he needed was the Omega by his side, to be able to protect him and make sure that he got everything he deserved. Even if that meant that one day Midoriya would find a mate. Even if that mate wasn't Todoroki. He was all right with that, because if that's what Midoriya wanted, then he had no right to say anything about it. That didn't mean that there hadn't been a part of him that thought that that was unfair. That there was the possibility that he had to watch Midoriya go on with his life and spend it with a person that wasn't his soulmate. Someone that wasn't Todoroki. Being fated meant they were quite literally made for each other. It was biology. They were meant to be together. And a part of him agreed with that 100%. To-do was quickly becoming aware that that part of him might not be with him specifically. He suspected that that part of him, the one that he'd always thought of as selfish and entitled, might now be standing beside him instead. Sporting bright red hair and their father's blue eyes. Of course, he still wanted to keep Midoriya in his life. Just thinking of going on with his life without him made his chest ache and his insides twist. But he had never been aware of how different the meaning behind that desire could be when viewed from two different sets of eyes. Just like him, his other half also wanted Midoriya in his life. They were still the same person. But it felt different from what To-do intended for it to be. The way he saw it, the way Rokuroki saw it, was a lot more personal. Almost NTMT. The very sensation that To-do got from those thoughts was nothing less than primal. It was stronger than any instinct To-do had ever had back when they'd been one, and yet, at the same time, he barely felt it at all. By the time 4th PRD rolled around, the group separated and they all headed to their respective locker rooms to get ready for the practical part of the day. The classes that everyone was looking forward to. As he changed out of his uniform, a thought that wasn't quite his own filtered through his head. He sent a low growl at his counterpart beside him. "Stop it." Rokuroki pulled out their old costume they didn't use anymore, holding it out towards To-do. They shared a silent look and both agreed without saying anything. To-do took it and handed their new one over to Rokuroki. "Aren't I worried about it too?" Rokuroki asked, undoing his button-up. To-do gave a nod in silent agreement. "I am. But don't think about that now." "I should check after he's changed," Roki said, pulling on the hero costume. "Don't." "Why not?" "It's inappropriate." To-do sent a warning towards his other half, which was quickly ignored by a roll of Roki's eyes. "It's dangerous if he leaves it unlocked," Roki said. He secured the belt around his waist and checked to make sure his boots were properly tied. "Like what happened last year." To-do stopped, eyebrows furrowed together. He couldn't disagree with himself, because he was right. Midoriya had always been a bit too reckless while at Yubi, whether that be breaking his bones or not checking to make sure he locked the door behind him. "I'll ask him after class." The first half of the afternoon was spent doing physical exercises and then followed by one-on-one combat. Now that there were an even number of students in the class, even if that meant one of them was currently split in half, it became easier to pair them up evenly. The selection on who fought who was random. Aizawa used a computer to randomize the names, including the two Todorokis. In order to differentiate who was who on the screen, he'd put the color of their hair in parentheses before their names. To-do looked over the list of names. He quickly spotted Midoriya's right across from Ojiro's. He continued to search for his own name, spotting it at the bottom of the screen. Right across from Bakugu's. "Ooh, I'm fighting Rokuroki," Kirishima exclaimed, turning towards the red-haired counterpart. "I'll try not to burn you," Roki said, voice monotone. "Give it your all." "I want to work on my hardening to get it fireproof," Kirishima said with a grin. He slammed his fists against each other, hardening them for better emphasis. Aizawa had Cementos create large, giant platforms big enough for each student to fight on to lessen the risk of anyone getting in the way of their classmates' sparring. Each of the paired-up students were directed to a platform where their quirk would cause the least amount of damage to their surrounding classmates, like Kirishima and Roki. Cementos helped the two get high up to account for Todoroki's flames. To-do and Bakugu were just beneath the two, on a platform almost leveled with To-do's counterpart. To-do took his place at one end of the platform while Bakugu took his on the opposite side. He gave a glance up at where his other half stood, just about seeing the hint of red hair over the edge before he was snapped back by a loud explosion. He immediately turned his head back towards Bakugu, seeing the other alpha coming towards him with impressive speed whilst using his explosions to propel himself forwards. "Where do you think you're looking, you bastard?" Bakugu yelled, face twisted into a snarl. But a grin stretched across his face at his next words. Scared you won't be able to beat me without your other half? A large glacier burst from the ground as Deku stomped his right foot hard onto the platform, the temperature dropping enough for him to see his own breath. Frost spread like a spilled bucket of water across the platform as spikes of ice sprouted up, blocking Bakugo from getting closer. Explosions could be seen behind the ice and large chunks were thrown about as Bakugo practically burrowed his way forwards through the miniature glacier. Deku kept creating more and more spikes, to keep the assault coming and to keep Bakugo at a distance. A large explosion shook the platform they were on, and probably some of the ones around them too. The large glacier Deku had used to protect himself went shattering into tiny bits flying everywhere, revealing a grinning Bakugo on the other side. Without hesitation, the other alpha took a sprinting start towards Deku with his arm raised. It took about 2 seconds for Deku to react, spreading frost across the entire platform. Pillars of ice rose from the ground, multiple sprouting up in Bakugo's path, all of which he evaded with either side stepping or by shattering them with an explosion. "Come on, use your flames," Bakugo shouted as he came closer, sparks lighting up his hands, like small fireflies in his palm. Deku quickly threw a glacier at the alpha, one of similar size to the ones he'd created in his fight against Midoriya during the sports festival. Unfortunately for him, Bakugo reacted with incredible speed. He used one hand to shatter as much of the glacier as he could while using his other hand to create an explosion directed downwards, sending him flying up into the air. Then he pointed both of his hands behind him and with a loud roar, he sent himself flying down towards Deku. "Sheet," Deku cursed, throwing his left hand out on instinct with full intent on using his flames to block whatever attack was coming next. But nothing happened. Deku froze, staring at his left arm with wide eyes. There was no fire, no heat, no flames, no nothing. Like there was no fire inside of him anymore. It was as if whatever heat had raged inside his left-hand side before had completely disappeared. Bakugo's fist connected with Deku's face. An explosion went off, sending him stumbling backwards. The sudden force sent him falling onto the ground whilst holding his throbbing cheek and nose with his right hand to cool it down. He felt something drip down his nose and over the top of his lip. When he reached out with his tongue, he tasted something wet and with an iron taste to it. There was a sudden realization in the back of his mind, one that wasn't his own but at the same time it was. He looked up towards the elevated platform where his other half had stopped his fight with Kirishima. Roki was now standing by the edge, looking down at him. His red-haired half lifted his right hand, looking at it with wide blue eyes. Then they met eyes again and the same thought crossed their minds. "I'm half quirkless." Izuku stumbled at the sudden panic that flared up in the back of his head. It whirled around like a storm and the emotions that flooded into his mind from every other direction brought the headaches back with the force of a truck. His knees buckled and he misstepped. Izuku stumbled to the side, feeling how the crackle of energy around him flare up in a moment of uncontrollable panic before it disappeared completely. Ojiro stopped the spinning attack he'd started midway. The gust of wind from the sudden halt of his tail blew across Izuku's face like a cold breeze. "Midoriya?" he asked. Izuku leaned forwards, head hanging low with both hands on his thighs. "God damn it." "Yeah, I'm fine," Izuku replied. He tried to sound normal, but his voice came out breathy and heavy. His throat felt thick and dry, like it had swelled up with his glands. When he touched them, they felt like a big lump in the back of his neck. They burned when he brushed his fingers over them. "I'll tell Aizawa," Ojiro said, looking around for the teacher. "No, that won't be." He had to stop himself when his breath hitched. "Midoriya." The temperature dropped significantly as Deku came running over to them. Small flakes of frost spread over the ground where his right foot touched down. "Todoroki," Izuku managed to breathe out as Deku wrapped an arm around his waist. His other hand went to his forehead, spreading cold across his skin. Izuku sighed, leaning into the touch. "I'm taking him to Recovery Girl." "I'm talking to Aizawa," Deku said, throwing a quick glance over his shoulder as if he was confirming something. "Do you need help?" Ojiro asked, also looking around. Izuku followed his gaze, seeing Roki with Aizawa in the distance. "No, I've got it," Deku said, shaking his head. Then he turned to Izuku with furrowed eyebrows. Can you walk? Izuku nodded, swallowing and clearing his throat. Yes. I can. But when they slowly started walking, Izuku's legs wobbled, fumbling to take steps forward. He had to grip onto Tadu's costume, holding on for dear life as he tried to get his body to do what he asked. No, you can't, Tadu scolded. Then Izuku felt hands on his thighs right before he was hoisted up onto Tadu's back. I'll carry you. Why, you really don't have to, Izuku insisted, feeling how his cheeks heated up. But he still gripped onto Tadu's shoulders, tightening his legs around the alpha. I'm sorry. I don't mind. Izuku leaned his head against Tadu's shoulder, being very conscious to not be too close to the scent glands. They were covered by his hero costume, but Izuku remembered vividly how he'd touched Roki's the other day. Cold spread out across Tadu's right-hand side and Izuku found himself leaning more to that side than the other as he was carried off. Izuku's cheeks burned as he buried his face in Todotodo's right shoulder. The nippy cold was a pleasant contrast to the heat in his face. Like he'd stuffed his face into a fresh pile of snow. Somehow the familiar cold helped to calm his headache down, if only just enough that it didn't make him dizzy anymore. Tadu's natural scent was the strongest at the neck, seeping out through the uniform and surrounding Izuku like a cold winter breeze. Even his hands were cold. Tadu's left hand was still colder than that of a normal person's, but there was a stark difference in temperature between the left and right side. Izuku just let the cold pheromones envelope him. Let them fill his nostrils with the scent of ice and frigid air. Sorry for making you carry me, Izuku mumbled, voice muffled by Tadu's shoulder. He could feel the way Tadu's torso twisted slightly to the right when the alpha looked over his shoulder. The way that Tadu's body moved, rubbing Izuku's thighs against his hips with each step. His hip bones that dug into his thighs, just like Tadu's hands as they held him up in a secure grip. Tadu's hands which were holding very far up his thighs. His fingers that had a very distractingly firm grip. It was like he was experiencing everything in a weird sense of hyperfocus. It's okay. I feel responsible for what's happening to you, Tadu said. He stopped for a quick moment to readjust his grip, hoisting Izuku further up his back. Izuku bit his lip, digging his teeth into his bottom lip to the point that it hurt to stifle the surprised yelp at the sudden action. His breath hitched and he had to clear his throat before he dared to speak. I already told you, it's not your fault, he said, repeating what he'd said so many times already. You didn't choose this. But you're still suffering because of it. Tadu fell silent, his grip tightening. The temperature dropped and Izuku saw steam exit Tadu's nose and mouth. Frost was spreading across his collar and he was looking the opposite direction, making it impossible for Izuku to see what kind of expression he was wearing. Hey, Izuku started carefully, leaning up a bit to rest his chin on Tadu's shoulder. Are you okay? They passed by 2 classrooms before Tadu spoke, and when he did, his voice was monotone. Like a recording, almost. As if the answer had been rehearsed. I am. Why do you ask? It's just, you always worry about me and keep making sure I feel okay. I just want to make sure that you're okay too, Izuku spoke softly. He did his best to calm the lingering storm in his head, to just send calming waves between them. Tadu started, stopping abruptly. He inhaled a long breath of air. Weird. It's a weird situation, Izuku chuckled in an attempt to ease the tense atmosphere, but it came off sounding dry. It must be weird being 2 people in all. I don't really feel like myself, Tadu whispered. It was so quiet that Izuku almost missed that Tadu had said anything. I don't know. I think I'm okay. Do you want to talk about it? Izuku asked. Is there anything I can do to help? No, it's nothing. Tadu shook his head slowly. It must be because of myself. Yourself, Izuku started to say but stopped himself. You mean because of Rokuroki? Tadu nodded. Yes. I don't really know what I can do to help, because it kind of confuses me a bit. But if you need to talk, I'm here. You know that, right? Izuku tried to lean further across his shoulder. His eyebrows knit together as he hoped to catch a glimpse of what kind of expression Tadu was making. I know. Just having you close is enough. And with that Tadu started walking again. Recovery Girl was sitting at her desk when Tadu brought him into the school's infirmary. She looked up when they entered and Izuku gave her a short wave accompanied by an awkward smile when their eyes met. They narrowed dangerously behind the glasses. "It hasn't been 2 days and you're already here again," she scolded, jumping down from her chair with a sigh. She pointed with her cane at one of the beds. "Put him down over there." Tadu walked over to said bed and carefully sat him down. Izuku gave him an apologetic smile as he laid down on his back, letting out a long breath. He had to squint with his eyes as he was met with the bright lights of the infirmary lamps. "Let me see. What is wrong?" Recovery Girl asked. "It's nothing big, really," Izuku said, but was quickly interrupted by Tadu. "He's having intense attacks and headaches." "What type of attacks?" Recovery Girl asked, a frown spreading across her wrinkled forehead. She pulled up a chair so she was sitting at eye level with Izuku. "It's the soul bond test been acting up," he clarified. "It's gotten really intense all of a sudden." He quickly hurried to add on, waving with his hands towards Tadu, "But it's not that bad anymore, and I think you should help Todoroki first." He pointed towards Tadu's bruised nose and swollen cheek. The left side of his face was red, as if it was irritated and the tips of his hair had been singed. There was also a small trail of blood down his nose. "It's already stopped bleeding," Tadu said, touching the dried blood with his fingertips. "Your condition is more important." "It's really not." "Todoroki, your face is red," Izuku insisted, brow furrowing in concern. "But Kugu punched me in the face," he explained, as if that would make Izuku drop his concerns. "Come over here," Recovery Girl said, waving with her hand for Tadu to come towards her. "I'll fix you up." Tadu did as he was asked, walking around the bed. He leaned forwards, letting her heal the small injury. It didn't take much for the swelling to go down and for the red tinge to disappear. "Off to class with you," Recovery Girl said, waving with her hand for him to leave. "I should stay." "I'll be fine," Izuku promised, giving the best reassuring smile he could muster. "Promise." "If you're sure," Tadu said, hesitating as he turned to walk out the door. "I can stay." Izuku nodded. "I'm sure." Once Tadu had left the infirmary, Izuku placed a forearm over his eyes. He let out a long groan and silently berated himself and the soul bond for the repeating disturbance it was causing. It was downright ridiculous how the bond was reacting. This was the second attack in less than 24 hours. If it was going to continue at this rate, he'd be experiencing one attack every day. There had to be something he could do to calm the bond down. He had his hopes that it would calm down with time. The more time he'd be spending with the two Todorokis, the more used to their presence he'd become, and thus the bond would come to recognize the two as who they used to be. At least, that was his strategy. It was the only plausible one he'd come up with so far. But this attack had been so different from the one from yesterday. The absolute panic that had flared up in the back of his mind, like an explosion had gone off in the bond. It had disturbed him to the point he hadn't even been able to stand up properly. Not only was the intensity of the emotions doubled, the effect they had on Izuku had also doubled. Two Todorokis, two soulmates, double the emotions, double the feedback, double the backlash. Damn it, he found himself cursing. He couldn't go through this every time one of them experienced some form of emotional distress, be it intense or something minor. "How are you feeling?" Recovery Girl asked as she came over. The room was filled with her soothing omega pheromones. It was relaxing and told him that there was no dominant presence in the room. It was okay to let go and calm down. "Kind of better, I think," Izuku replied, sitting up. He rubbed his temple with a grimace. "Swallow this." Recovery Girl held out a hand. In her palm was a small blue and white pill, and in her other hand was a glass of water. "It should calm your mind." He swallowed the pill quickly. He washed it down with the water before handing the glass back. Recovery Girl took it and placed it in the sink across the room before she came back to his side. This time she had a clipboard and some folders in her hands. "For how long have these attacks been happening and how often?" she asked, looking through what Izuku assumed was the school medical file. His very extensive medical file. "They started yesterday in the afternoon. After I met the two Todorokis," he answered. This is the second time. Do you have any idea on what the trigger for these attacks are? I think I'm just overwhelmed, he said after some thinking. It's kind of like the Bond can sense where Todoroki is, but now that there are two of him it's a bit confused. He's at two places at once and that doesn't compute. Izuku moved his hand toward each other, intertwining his fingers. It just doesn't go together. He didn't know if that made any sense. It was an odd feeling to explain. Even he didn't quite properly understand how it worked or why it worked the way it did. There were so few studies done on fated pairs. There wasn't much information out there that wasn't based on old stories and folktales from long ago. Izuku scratched his neck, brushing his fingers over his scent glands. He winced at the shudder of discomfort that ran up his spine, sending a shiver throughout his body. They'd stopped swelling at this point, but that didn't mean they'd gone back to normal. He still felt them quite prominently under the skin, like a bump under the skin. They pulsed when he touched them, sensitive to the touch as if his nerve endings had been cranked up to the max. My scent glands have also been swelling up lately, Izuku added. His eyebrows knitted together as he looked down on his lap as the multiple reasons as to why that was flashed through his mind. Should I be worried? Am I presenting? His cheeks and neck heated up at having said that out loud. It had always been a difficult topic for Izuku. His mother was a beta and, while he couldn't remember much about his father, he knew that the man was supposedly an alpha. Which made Izuku a genetic anomaly in his family. An omega male born to non-omega parents. Though, Inko had once told him when he was very young that Hisashi had had a younger brother once who had also been an omega. Scientists always did say that secondary gender was a hereditary trait. Omega uncle or no, since Izuku had never actually met said uncle, that didn't change the fact that Izuku was the odd one out in the family. His mother came from a family of predominantly betas. As far as Izuku knew, the only alpha in their family had been his mother's grandfather. There had also been some omega in a branch side of the family some odd years back. People that Izuku had never met and never would meet either. In other words, neither him nor Inko knew much about raising an omega. She had done a fantastic job when Izuku was growing up. She'd done her best to have as many conversations with him as she'd needed to have to make sure he knew why he was different and to make sure that he knew that that was nothing to be ashamed of. So many conversations and discussions. Izuku had found some books about omegas in his mom's bookcase once, all on different topics regarding omegas. How to raise your omega child, how to talk to your omega child as a beta parent, and many more like it. But that also meant that all Izuku knew about presenting and what it would be like was information he'd taken from online forums and from what the doctors had told him when he turned 13. Unfortunately to him, the signs they had explained were so obscure that he wasn't sure he would recognize them even if they did happen. It was all so individual. Recovery Girl looked up from her clipboard with a soft hum. She put it down on the bedside table and made a waving motion with her hand. "Turn around," she said. "Turn your neck towards me." Izuku paled. "And my neck?" His hand immediately shot to cover the sensitive area, as if to make a shield between his neck and the outside world. "Yes. Is that really necessary?" Swollen glands can be caused by many things. It can be dangerous to leave them unchecked, Recovery Grill said, face stern and voice serious. She grabbed a pair of LTX gloves and made a show of putting them on. Izuku gave a small nod, shifting in the bed so that his neck was facing her. His whole body tensed up and he screwed his eyes shut as he waited. "Please move your hand away." Her small finger tapped against his crooked one. "Oh, sorry," he mumbled. Slowly he removed his hand, letting his fingers linger over his neck for as long as they could before he let it fall into his lap, leaving his neck on full display and leaving him completely unprotected. He wanted to cover up again, hide his neck away and protect it from the outside source. The pheromones in the air increased. "Relax." He gave a short and quick nod, forcing himself to calm down, using the calming pheromones in hopes that it would help. It only worked so and so. At first all he heard was Recovery Girl's occasional hum. She moved his head a bit and had him turn his head different directions as she inspected his nape. It went on for so long that Izuku found himself relaxing, letting his tense shoulders drop, and he released his fists. Then Recovery Girl ran her fingers over his neck carefully, and Izuku had to grip onto the bed sheets to resist the urge to lunge forward. Get away from the intrusive touch, his instincts screamed at him. Get away. Get away. Get away. The swelling seems to be all on the inside, Recovery Girl said, moving away from the bed. You and Todoroki are fated, they're most likely reacting to the extra set of pheromones he's releasing. So I'm not presenting? Izuku asked carefully, feeling his cheeks heat up again. No, Recovery Girl said, shaking her head. If you were, you wouldn't have let me touch your nape at all. Oh, Izuku mumbled, running a hand over his glands. Will it go down eventually? It is difficult to say, Recovery Girl said, removing the gloves. If they keep swelling up, I recommend going to get it checked out by your doctor. Natural swelling of the scent glands usually only happen during heats or when your mate has a rut. It's a result of the sudden increase in hormones in order to make it easier for the alpha to find and bite them. Izuku only nodded as she spoke. He turned around in the bed so that his back was facing back against the wall, his hands still massaging his neck. Recovery Girl headed over to her desk, wrote some things down on the clipboard she'd retrieved from the bedside table before heading over to one of the many cabinets in the room. She looked through the shelves and bottles for a bit before she took out a circular plastic bottle with a screw-on cap. Then she headed back over to Izuku. Take these twice a day, she instructed, handing over the bottle. One at morning, one at night. What's these for? Izuku asked, taking the bottle. It was simple, white and plastic. When he shook it, pills rattled around inside. They're sensory dampeners. He looked down at the bottle with a surprised, I didn't know that was a thing. They're a recent development. Why would you need sensory dampeners? Izuku asked. They're supposed to help block the connection between two mates so that heroes can focus less on their partner and more on the mission, Recovery Girl explained. They've also been used in cases of forced mating to help recovery. Oh, okay. However, they haven't been tested on a fated couple before. I can't say how effective they'll be. He tightened his fingers around the bottle. If it helped calm the bond down, if only just a little, it would be a great help. Thanks. Tadu looked at the floor as he walked back towards the infirmary. He hadn't been able to concentrate at all on anything but Midoriya on his way back to class. In the end, he had managed to convince the teachers to allow him a quick break, if only because Roki was still actively taking part in sparring practice. Also, it had been a big help that All Might had been there temporarily to check up on the students. I should do something, he muttered to himself, thinking back to Midoriya. The back of his mind itched, aching in a way he wasn't sure how to explain. It was almost as if it was becoming empty, but when he reached out he could tell his other half was there. Frustrated over something that he was trying to hide from Tadu. Or maybe he wasn't trying to hide and was just too focused on something else to properly process the frustration. It was difficult to say. He didn't always make sense. What does Midoriya like? Tadu asked aloud. He massaged his chin. I think he likes Katsudon. He sighed. His arms dropping down to his sides. That isn't relevant. Should I have brought All Might with me? Something that would help Midoriya feel better. What did one give an upset Omega? When Fuyumi got upset she would read, maybe. He'd occasionally catch her with a book or a magazine. But that could also just be a hobby she enjoyed. Sometimes she would cook a lot. An overly excessive amount, too, and clean. But Midoriya was in the infirmary, and they were supposed to be in the middle of class. He couldn't cook right now. Did he even like cooking? Tadu couldn't remember a moment when the other had said something about enjoying cooking. The only time he could think of Midoriya doing anything related to cooking food was during the summer camp last year or when it was his time for kitchen duty, and that was a duty they assigned. Not something they did because they enjoyed it. Well, Sato enjoyed it. Midoriya wasn't Sato. He frowned, letting his feet take him around the school. He walked lost in thought, just letting himself be taken wherever. Fuyumi likes tea, he said, once again speaking aloud to no one in particular. Does Midoriya like tea? He found himself walking towards the cafeteria. He passed by the empty canteen, giving the empty chairs and tables a glance. He kept walking until he came to a hallway just around the corner. He stopped in front of one of the many vending machines lining the wall, scanning the various soda and coffee brands housed within. He furrowed his eyebrows. Not finding a brand that looked good enough or a type of drink that would help him convey what it was he wanted to say. Deku wasn't even sure what flavor of soda Midoriya preferred or if he liked coffee more. What kind of tea did he prefer? Did he like green tea or did he want some more flavor to it? Something spicy, perhaps? Deku moved on to the second vending machine when he didn't find any of the tea brands and flavors satisfactory. He looked over the shelves displaying the different drinks, reading the labels that separated the many beverages into which secondary gender they were intended for. There were a bunch of soda brands with less caffeine for alphas and sweet teas which had a supposed calming effect for omegas. A familiar brand name caught his eye on the lower levels. A small concised bottle with a white label around it. The liquid inside was a light green with small dark spots floating around inside it. He swiped his card and chose the one brand he was familiar with. He picked a simple green tea flavor, deciding that it was better to be safe and pick something that was universally liked. He picked up the bottle and held it in his hand, cooling it down with his quirk. He turned it around and read the label on the back, barely being able to read the small kanji printed on the bottle. But he did manage to make out that it was a soothing tea intended for omegas. With a nod, he pocketed the bottle and turned in the direction of the infirmary. Todoroki? Midoriya asked, eyebrows rising on his forehead as he saw the alpha enter the infirmary. I thought you went back to class. I couldn't focus, he replied honestly, looking to the side. Are you okay? Did something happen? Midoriya's eyebrows scrunched up, causing wrinkles across his brow and his eyes were filled with concern. He had pushed the blankets to the side and looked about ready to swing his legs over the side of the bed. His naked foot hung outside the covers. Midoriya's black boots were resting against the back of the bed. They had been folded halfway and had half fallen over. The respirator and his gloves had been dropped on the bedside table, leaving Midoriya's scarred hand in clear view where it clutched the comforter. Deku moved closer to the bed, sitting down on the chair next to him. I'm worried, Deku said, hand cupping the bottle in his pocket. Suddenly it felt like it wasn't enough, like bringing it had been a stupid idea. Are you all right? Midoriya gave a nod. He relaxed back down into the bed, fixing the comforter so it was properly covering his lap. I'm better now. The silence spread throughout the room as Deku tried to think of something to say. Anything to say. What should he say? It was his fault that Midoriya was feeling like this. If he hadn't gotten caught by that villain's quirk, Midoriya wouldn't be suffering right now. They wouldn't be having these problems and everything would be like it should be. It would all be like before. Midoriya. He stopped himself, but not fast enough that Midoriya didn't catch his name being spoken. He turned his head towards Deku, green eyes looking at him. Midoriya blinked once, twice and Todoroki followed the flutter of his lashes. Yes? Midoriya asked, an eyebrow rising upwards. Before he could hesitate, Deku basically threw his hand out towards Midoriya. In his hand he clutched the bottle of tea. A thin layer of frost having spread across the label. Here. Thanks. Midoriya hesitantly took the bottle from Dedu's cold hand. He shivered a bit at the cold contact when their fingers met. A red hue spread across his freckled cheeks. What is it? Tea. Oh. He turned the bottle around, brushing some of the frost away. He looked a bit confused as he read the text, but he did smile when he spoke again. You didn't have to. It's an apology, Deku near whispered. He cleared his throat, repeating himself. It's an apology for the last 2 days. Todoroki, you didn't have to. You have nothing to be sorry for, Midoriya said. His eyes grew soft and he held the bottle against his chest. You had another attack because of me. Recovery Girl thinks it's because of the extra set of pheromones you and Roki are releasing. It's making my glands swell, Midoriya said. He coughed into his hand and bit the inside of his bottom lip, the blush on his cheeks growing darker. That's probably why it's the pheromones. Is there a way to stop it? Deku asked. She gave me some medicine to help with the headaches. Midoriya scratched his neck. There was a white patch peeking out from under his jumpsuit when he reached behind, nails tugging at the corners. You're probably going to be feeling a bit weird because of it. In what way? The medicine will dampen the soul bond, or it's supposed to, at least, so it might cause some weird reactions, Midoriya mumbled, pursing his lips. I don't really know what will happen. They haven't been tested on fated pairs before. Will they help with the attacks? Yes. At least, they'll keep them from being so intense. Then it's fine, Deku said. If it keeps you from being in pain, I will manage. Midoriya furrowed his brows. Are you going to be okay? I probably should have talked to you and the other you about it. Of course, Midoriya would be more worried about what kind of side effects there would be for Todoroki than he would be for what positive outcome it would have for himself. Always putting everyone else above himself, even if that left him in pain. It was an admirable quality about him, something that Deku had found both appealing and curious. Midoriya was an enigma of a creature. He was an Omega, and if you didn't know him well, he would appear as the stereotypical SBM-SSV. Someone that would easily be pushed down into the dirt. An Omega too naive for the real world that could so very easily be taken advantage of. But Midoriya was so much more than his secondary gender. Oftentimes, when he got serious, Midoriya was more assertive than your average alpha. Deku had seen it happen multiple times. His fight with Bakugo at the start of first year, the sports festival where he'd proven the whole of Japan wrong, and more importantly, the attack on their summer camp. He hadn't backed down once, not even when he came running to save Bakugo with 2 broken arms and barely able to stand. Now, it was concerning. It was self-destructive. Too self-destructive. Midoriya, if you're in pain, I will be in pain. Deku hardened his expression, looking down on his hands. It was a cheap tactic, to use himself like he did, but Midoriya wouldn't listen otherwise. And I don't want to see you hurt. If this is the way to help you, you don't need my permission to do it. Midoriya fell silent, his hands tightening. But it's not just my decision to make. Do it for me. What? Deku stood up from the chair. He took Midoriya's crooked hand and the cold bottle in his hands, running his thumb over the scars lining his palm. Do it for me. The medicine will dampen our bond, right? Midoriya slowly nodded, eyes looking at their intertwined hands. It's unfortunate, but if it keeps you from being in pain, it will keep me from being in pain. It's the best solution. It is. Don't feel guilty, Deku said, smiling softly. Take care of yourself. It's only temporary. Midoriya nodded. He looked up, meeting Deku's eyes. There was something soft inside those green irises, something blooming almost. Something Deku hadn't noticed before. Had it always been there? How had he not noticed before? He pulled his hands back. He gave a glance at the clock and let out a sigh. I have to get back to class. I only got to come check on you because we're fated. I understand, Midoriya said. He pulled the blankets away to get out of the bed. I'll come too. No, stay here, Deku interrupted him. He held out his hand, and when Midoriya stopped, he pushed the Omega down on the bed with a hand on his chest. You should rest. Let the medicine start working first. It's fine, really, he insisted, sitting up. Please, Deku begged. It was like a silent discussion was going on between them. An argument without any words. In the end, Midoriya gave up with a sigh. He fell back down on the bed and nodded. See you after class? He asked, almost begging with his eyes. The corners of Deku's lips turned upwards as he replied, Of course. The change wasn't immediate. It was slow, like a growing weed in the back of his head, climbing its way further and wider till it was impossible to miss. Or maybe it was more like he was going down on a long stretch of road, and the farther ahead he got, the less he could see. The higher up the trees would reach, blocking out the sky, covering the path behind him in uncontrollable vegetation. His eyesight was as clear as ever, and yet it felt like he was blind. It sent Roki into a stumble, and at one point, it caused his flames to hiccup and burn out with a fizzle. Kirishima halted to a stop across the platform as Roki hung his torso forwards to catch his breath. With each breath, thick smoke would escape through his nostrils, like from 2 chimneys. The ground around them was scorched with dark spots of soot scattered everywhere and large cracks that had spread out across the ground. There were some areas where fires still burned in small patches. Oi, you okay? Rokuroki? Kirishima asked, cupping a hand by his mouth as if that would make his voice reach farther and louder. Roki started, reaching back behind to touch the nape of his neck. He moved his hand up to the back of his head, running his fingers through his hair and searched. He searched and found himself and then just an odd sort of dull ache. It hadn't been there before and it rendered him absolutely confounded. Like he'd gotten lost on road he'd walked many times over. Where are you? Huh? Kirishima dropped his hardening as he came closer with a confused expression. I'm right here. You sure you okay, dude? No, I didn't mean you. I meant me. Roki's eyes grew wide with realization as the name subconsciously came to mind. It almost fell from his lips like instinct. Where's Midoriya? Didn't Deku take him to the infirmary? Kirishima recalled, pointing towards the door. He had another attack. That wasn't what he'd meant. He knew where Midoriya was physically. He could tell that much from his other self. They'd been together not too long ago and the worry radiating off of Deku was reaching Roki no problem. But this was different from how he normally would be able to find the Omega. Even with his current split, Roki had always been able to tell where Midoriya was at by just searching his instincts. Something primal and instinctual would pull him in forwards and every time, Midoriya would be there at the end. In a way, it was almost easier now than it had been before. But now? With the fogginess that had clouded his mind, it was like Midoriya was slipping away from him. As if he was walking ahead into the dense fog and Roki was unable to keep up. He scratched at his nape, claws growing. Pain spread throughout the sensitive area as they dug into the skin. Pain had always worked before. Like it had in Hosu. As he'd followed Endeavor, something inside him had told him he was going the wrong direction, and then Midoriya had texted him. It had clicked immediately, his instincts weren't wrong. Pain, fear, danger. They worked excellent as a trigger. But it didn't help. Instead, Midoriya kept getting farther and farther away till he was nothing but a shadow in the distance. He needed to go, needed to find him. Why wasn't he close? How could he get so far away like this? It wasn't natural, it shouldn't be possible. But before he could take off, Deku had stopped him, like a mental roadblock. Hi's other half was trying to convince him that Midoriya was alright, that there was no danger, and he could sense that his other half was telling the truth. It calmed him down for the moment. By the time class ended, Deku had already returned. There hadn't been much time left of class when his ice-wielding counterpart came back to the facility. With Kirishima's permission, the other alpha almost encouraged it. Actually, they ended up switching in and out in their sparring. It had been fun, but Roki hadn't been focusing too much on the fighting. Instead, his mind kept going back to the fog in the back of his head. When he reached out for Midoriya, it was almost like Deku was consciously trying to stop him. His gray eyes sent him a silent stop before once again going back to focusing on Kirishima. But Roki caught the warning, caught the secrecy. They couldn't hide from each other and there was definitely something that Deku wasn't telling. Something he felt like he should know but didn't. Something that definitely had to do with Midoriya and their bond. When the class bell rang, signaling the end of class, Roki was one of the first to make it to the locker rooms. He changed and cleaned out quickly before he snatched his bag in one hand and left. Izuku closed the locker room door and threw his boots onto the bench. He hadn't had the energy to put them on when he'd left the infirmary. It was a bit disrespectful, as Ida would have put it, to walk around such a prestigious school barefooted, so he was relieved that he hadn't run into anyone on his way down. He opened his locker and started undressing by removing his respirator and gloves first before pulling out his shoes. He put them down on the floor in front of the locker. After hanging up his belt, he reached behind for the zipper of his costume. His fingers brushing over the patch covering his scent glands in his search for the small zipper pull. The patch was supposed to cover his scent and help stop the release of unwanted hormones. The sticky substance on the inside of the patch was also supposed to have a calming effect on the swollen glands. At least, that's what Recovery Girl had said when she'd put it on. It was cold and smelled of disinfectant. A part of him was always aware that it was there, sticking to his neck like a neon sign. With a bit of strain, he undid the zipper, successfully pulling it down to the small of his back before he shimmied out of the sleeves. He pulled each leg out and then hung it up beside his belt. After taking a quick shower, Izuku started pulling on his school uniform. He was interrupted in the middle of pulling his shirt on by a quick knock on the door. Midoriya? Roki asked at the same time as the handle was pulled down. The disapproving look he got when the alpha entered caused Izuku's face to grow hot. Oh, Izuku chuckled awkwardly, pulling on his school button-up. Hi, Todoroki. Roki's face hardened as he closed the door behind him. Lock the door. I sort of forgot, Izuku said, mouth forming a thin line as he avoided the alpha's gaze. Roki didn't say anything else as he sat down on the bench across the changing room. Though, since the room was designated for male Omegas a secondary gender which was exceptionally rare, it was small enough that Roki was barely 2 meters away. He did, however, turn his head away from Izuku, placing his gaze at some of the lockers instead. A strong sense of déjà vu washed over Izuku as he glanced back towards the red head. Like they'd been in this situation before. Which, to be fair, they sort of had been. At least this time Izuku was wearing pants and not just a towel. He hurried to button up his shirt before he turned towards Rokuroki. Why are you here? I want to walk back to the dorms with you, Roki replied. He threw a glance towards Izuku, blue eyes scanning him up and down. Izuku shifted his weight from one foot to the other, fingers fiddling with each other. He felt like shrinking down under the other's observing eyes, like standing up while the alpha was sitting down was disrespectful. Which was an odd feeling, because he had never felt anything like it the few other times Todoroki had been in the locker room with him. It was inappropriate and probably against school rules for Roki to be in the locker room as it was, let alone when Izuku was there as well. Fated mates or not. Maybe that was why, and Izuku was just extra aware because of Todoroki's currently split condition. I also wanted to check if you finally learned how to lock the door, Roki added, turning his head towards Izuku. His eyes narrowed, eyebrows falling low. Which you haven't. Izuku looked away, feeling oddly called out. This is UA. I don't really have to lock it. Roki didn't answer, only resting his arms on his knees. But he didn't have to say anything. Izuku could see the disagreement right there in his eyes. I'll wait outside next time, Roki finally said, sitting up straight. To make sure no one comes inside. But the only other person who's ever been in here is you, Izuku rebutted. Which Izuku had no problem with. While it was a bit awkward when Todoroki walked into the locker room and Izuku wasn't wearing pants, he'd never felt the need to ask him to leave. Todoroki had always shown great respect the few times he came to the locker room, usually turning away and waiting for Izuku to get fully dressed before he said whatever it was he came to say. He would also go as far inside the room as he possibly could, leaving a clear path between Izuku and the door. You have too much faith in people, Roki snorted. He raised an eyebrow as Izuku started working on his tie. Classes are over. You don't need to do your tie. We're still at school though. He'd already walked from the infirmary to the locker room barefooted. The least he could do while still at school was to pull on the uniform properly. Roki gave an unintelligible noise before he stood up. He stalked over to Izuku with wide steps. He pushed Izuku's hands away and took the 2 ends of the tie in his hands. At least tie it right then. He had to look away while Roki worked, his cheeks growing warm. Though, he wasn't quite sure if it was from the unnatural amount of heat that radiated off of Rokuroki or if it was just a blush. If he glanced upwards towards the alpha, Izuku could see his chin and thin lips in very good detail. He had to move his gaze upwards to inspect Roki's nose and his trademark scar. His red hair still hung down in his face like before, bangs looking like they'd been left to grow. They probably had been too, if Izuku knew Todoroki well enough. His breath hitched as he took a deep breath, causing a sharp inhale. His shoulders jerked with the action and his chest expanded. He squeezed his eyes shut, clenching his fists and then releasing them slowly with a long breath of air. He was so close, maybe more so than he probably needed to be. Midoriya, Roki said, catching the attention of the Omega. His blue eyes glanced up for a quick second before they went back to focus on the tie. Why are you so far away? I'm what? Izuku couldn't help himself from looking forward, taken completely aback. He searched out Roki's eyes, hoping to find some form of explanation for the odd question in them. But Roki kept his eyes fixed on Izuku's tie as he spoke. He frowned, leaning his head a bit to the side. Is it maybe the other you who's asking? He wasn't sure if that was even possible, but anything could be the case right now. He had no idea how the two functioned yet or if they could see through each other's eyes. If it was like a sort of memory transfer, one of them experienced one thing and the other could see it as well, or if they just knew what their other half knew. No. I can barely feel you through the bond. Roki shook his head slowly, pulling up the finish of the tie. You're far away. Oh right, yeah, that's probably because of the medicine recovery girl gave me, Izuku mumbled, looking away from Roki again. Medicine? Roki made a sound of recognition, but still looked confused. Izuku nodded, sending a few glances at Roki, who was now looking at him with questioning eyes. His eyebrows had knitted across his forehead and the scars stretched taut. I told Todoro I told the other you to do about it. I know I should have talked to you both beforehand, but it's just a temporary solution, so I don't like it. The temperature increased rapidly and the room filled with strong, domineering alpha pheromones. The whole room got hot, like they'd been transported to a desert. It burned Izuku's nostrils as he took a deep breath. He blinked in surprise, looking at Roki's stern eyes. They were narrowed and his mouth was pulled into a thin, angry line. I don't like that I can't feel you. I don't know where you are, you're gone. How am I supposed to know you're safe? It's going to be distracting for a while, but… Roki cupped both of Izuku's cheeks in his hands, thumbs seeming to caress each freckle painted there. He flinched at how hot his hands were, especially the left one. It wasn't as hot as to cause him to pull away, though. After the initial surprise, it was quickly becoming bearable. His eyes had filled with a burning flame that Izuku couldn't recall seeing before, not that he'd been close enough to look Todoroki this close in the eyes before. But the rest of his expression was soft. His eyebrows had turned upwards and his mouth had formed a small, but caring smile. And while Roki's hands were hot against his face, they were careful and gentle. If this is what it feels like without you, Roki started, speaking slowly and voice low. His words were spoken so gently, rolling off of his tongue as if he was saying something sacred. Then please don't take that medicine again. Izuku's eyes grew wide, eyebrows hiding behind his bangs as he processed Roki's words. Tadu had said that he was in pain when Izuku was in pain, so he just assumed that that would go for Roki as well. But maybe that hadn't been quite as accurate as he'd assumed. Was Roki in pain now that he couldn't sense the bond between them? How could they be reacting differently when they were supposed to be the same person? It was all so new and foreign, seeming to come with nothing but complications and confusion. Just the last 24 hours had been a headache and a half as it was. Does it hurt when I take the medicine? Izuku asked, stretching his fingers and then fitting them into the hem of his shirt. No, Roki said. He inhaled and let out a long, warm breath of air. Izuku saw how his chest expanded and how his shoulders rose and fell. I can't feel you where you are. I can't find you like I could before. It scares me. You're scared? Izuku whispered, more so to himself than to Roki, but the alpha still nodded. You must have felt it too. I've never been alone like this before. Izuku nodded, his eyes growing soft. He released his shirt and covered one of Roki's hands with his own. I know what you mean. Having a fated mate was more than just finding some random person out there in the world meant just for you. Ever since Izuku had been little, he could remember a small tug in the back of his mind, oftentimes so weak that he had written it off as something else. As a kid he had always thought that it was his quirk he could feel, but that hadn't been the case. It was weird in a comfortable kind of way. He'd never been able to tell that what he felt was another person. It hadn't even crossed his mind that it was because he had a soulmate. But at the same time it had been a comfort. Sometimes he could barely feel it at all. He could go months without feeling any kind of tug in the back of his mind, and then out of nowhere it would pull, no stronger than when the wind would pull on his clothes, and he would become aware of it again. Then he'd met Todoroki and it all had exploded. That small tug became a pull, and then before he realized it, he was yanked in Todoroki's direction. It all became clear in a muddled and jumbled sort of way. Izuku had no idea of what any of it had actually meant, but at the same time he had suddenly understood so much more than before. The medicine was slowly taking that away. To dampen the bond meant that there would be no yank, no pull, not even the smallest of tugs. Like a corner of his head had been blocked off. No hand reaching out to him through the fog, helping him find the direction he needed to go. Then please, Roki said, his left thumb brushing under Izuku's eye and over his freckles. It left a warm trail behind, like he was painting a long line between the freckles in a weird game of connect the dots. Todoroki, Izuku said, eyebrows furrowing in a soft, and he hoped, understanding expression. It was a bit like arguing with a child in an odd way. A child who refused to give up his favorite toy, kind of like how Izuku would ask his mom if he could take his All Might action figure everywhere he went when he first got it. At first his mom had said of course, but after almost losing it twice, she had told him he had to leave it behind and he'd argued with her like a 5-year-old would do. Roki wasn't throwing a tantrum like a child would, and Izuku was pretty sure that he regained the same level of intelligence and maturity as he had before. But the way Roki was talking, the way he was acting wasn't like Todoroki at all. It was unlike anything Izuku had seen from the Alpha before. Was it maybe subdued and denied instincts? Todoroki had been emotionally repressed for a very long time. It was highly possible that he could have a lot of emotions and desires that he kept hidden and suppressed. Was it possible that Roki was more open about those sorts of wants than Todoroki had been when Todoroki and Roki had been one? Izuku hadn't thought about it like that before. He'd always assumed that they would think and want the same things, just act upon them differently. But maybe it was a lot more complicated than that. Was it possible that Roki wanted different things from Todoroki? Hot fingers wandered around behind his ear and down his neck. Roki's thumb brushed across Izuku's jawline for as long as it could before it, too, wandered down his neck. Izuku's breath hitched as Roki's fingers reached the small patch on the back of his neck. "What is that?" he asked. Izuku opened his mouth to answer, but before he could say anything, the door handle was pushed down. Izuku yelped, immediately jumping a step back in surprise as the door swung open. Todoroki narrowed his eyes as he closed the door behind himself. "Midoriya, lock the door." "Sorry." "I know," Izuku exclaimed, followed by an exasperated sigh. He took a step back from Roki when he realized how close they'd been standing. Roki and Todoroki stood staring at each other for a long time, eyes narrowed and faces unreadable. Neither said a word, and yet it seemed like they were having a conversation that Izuku couldn't hear. He tried to think of something to say as he looked between the two halves, finding himself at a loss for words at their odd shift in facial expressions. It was almost like they were talking through expression alone. "That's not my choice to make," Todoroki finally said, breaking the silence. Then he turned to Izuku and his expression softened. "Are you done? I'll walk you back to the dorm." "Right?" "Yes, I'm done," Izuku said, pulling on his shoes and grabbing his jacket. He threw his boots into the locker before turning towards the two alphas. He sent them both a questioning look, but neither seemed to acknowledge it. "Let's go." Todoroki grabbed onto Roki's arm as Midoriya left the locker room. He gave his other half a stern look. "Don't." "It's his decision." Roki looked down on Todoroki's hand and pushed it off. With huff, he straightened his jacket out and returned the glare. "It's my decision to make too." "He's the one in pain," Todoroki said in a hushed tone. "I know that I don't want to see him in pain. Do it for Midoriya." The redhead was silent, looking towards the door where Midoriya had just run out of. His eyes softened and he sighed. He gave a silent nod just as the door opened up again. Midoriya's head peeked out from behind the door frame, eyebrows furrowed in confusion. Are you two coming?" he asked, looking between the two. After giving Roki a silent warning, Todoroki quickly walked to the door. "Sorry, I was talking to myself." "Oh," Midoriya said, frown deepening. Then he shrugged and gave Roki a smile. "Are you coming too?" He nodded, following the two out the door. "You sure you want to remove all of the furniture?" Izuku asked as he carried the desk out into the hallway. The redhead nodded. "Yes, I have a spare futon." He looked over his shoulder at Roki, who was walking just behind him holding the desk chair, and into the soon-to-be empty dorm room. In the corner of the room was a rolled-up futon leaning against the wall, but other than that the room was now empty. The walls were bare and the floor expanding much wider now that there was nothing inside to fill up the empty space. It made Izuku's own room feel small in comparison despite being built to be the exact same size. They'd spent the last 20 minutes moving the bed all the way down to the front porch where the school had lent them a cart so they could roll the furniture Roki wasn't planning on using back to the storage. Izuku had asked why the teachers weren't the ones to do this, but Roki had told him that he had insisted on doing it himself, which Izuku had to admit he had found a bit odd, since Roki had asked for his help. But he didn't ask about it. He figured it was some form of alpha thing that he didn't understand. And it was Roki's room, so it was his decision how he wanted to refurnish it. "You're going to sleep on a futon?" Izuku asked, raising a skeptical eyebrow. He knew Todoroki slept on a futon in his assigned dorm room, but somehow that felt different. It fit into his whole aesthetic somehow, but this new room was so empty and lacking of character. In an empty room? Yes. Roki placed the chair down by the elevator and pushed the button. He pointed at the chair and the desk and asked, "Should we take them down in shifts?" Izuku hummed, crossing his arms. Then he shook his head. "No, I'll take it down the stairs. Alone." "I can do it," Izuku said, raising his arm and clasping a hand over his bicep. He patted his arm and jokingly said, "I'm not as weak as I look." There was a tug in the corners of Roki's lips, and Izuku was sure he hid an amused snort. "You're anything but weak, Midoriya." While they waited for the elevator to arrive, Izuku looked between Roki and his temporary room and the one assigned a few doors down the hall. He ruffled his hair a bit, dragging his fingers through the messy curls and down to his neck. He brushed over the patch and felt for the bump underneath the skin. "Wouldn't it be better to just share your room with Todo?" he asked. "Please don't call me by that name," Roki said immediately after Todo's nickname had left his lips. He looked at Izuku with those pleading eyes again. "Please just call me by my name." "But won't it be easier to just," Izuku said, pointing in no particular direction. "I'll know which me you're talking about," Roki insisted, taking a step closer to Izuku. "I want you to use my name." There was something in his eyes that Izuku could only describe as desperation. "Okay, shouldn't you share your room with Todoroki?" He hesitated a bit at the name, but still said it. "Thank you," Roki said, face relaxing with a sigh of relief. "And Principal Nizu doesn't want students. Doesn't like students sharing a room." "Right, I remember," Izuku finished with a nod, remembering what Roki had said before when he'd asked him for help. "I just think it's a bit sad. You already have a room. It kind of feels like you're being kicked out, sort of." I agreed to this. I was going to sleep in shifts. I take the room one night and I take the room the next, but Aizawa don't want me sleeping on the couch, Roki explained with a shrug. "So I agreed to let myself have the room while I take this one." "That was a lot of eyes, Todoroki." Izuku chuckled awkwardly, feeling very confused and probably looking it as well because Roki's lips twitched upwards. "The other me and I agreed to let the other me take my bedroom while I take this new room. Was that easier to understand?" Roki asked with a raised eyebrow, looking too amused for Izuku not to let out an amused snort. "Yeah, that's a bit easier to understand," Izuku agreed, shoulders shaking with a quick chuckle. "But are you all right with sleeping in an empty room like that? You don't even have curtains." "Fuyumi is sending some furniture tomorrow," Roki promised. "I'll have curtains then." At that moment the elevator button turned off and the doors opened with a soft ding. Roki glanced behind at the empty space before picking the chair up and carrying it into the elevator. He put it down and placed a foot between the doors to keep them from closing when Izuku started speaking again. "You don't want to wait till tomorrow then?" he asked, picking the table up as if it was made out of paper. He got a raised eyebrow and an amused look from Roki at the lack of effort. So just to be a bit extra, he rearranged his grip so that he was holding the desk up with one hand placed on the underside. He raised it above his head with an innocent smile. "No, I won't need these." Roki shook his head, a quiet laugh escaping him at Izuku's theatrics. "They'll just be in the way." "Okay." Izuku shrugged and let out a sigh, deciding to not argue. It wasn't his room, after all. "Meet you downstairs?" Roki nodded and removed his foot, letting the elevator doors close behind him. He changed his hold on the desk again, holding onto it properly as he walked down the stairs from the 5th floor to the 1st. It was easier than it had been to carry the bed frame down. He and Roki had struggled with the angle more so than they had the weight. Izuku could have easily carried it down on his own, but Roki had insisted on helping him. The red-headed Todoroki was waiting at the bottom of the staircase when Izuku came down. He raised an eyebrow as Izuku walked down the last steps, showing no sign of exhaustion or irritation over the desk and its weight. To Izuku, it might as well have been made out of cardboard. They piled the furniture into the cart on top of the bed frame and the corresponding mattress. Then Izuku took a hold of the handle and pulled it behind him as the two headed towards the storage on the other side of the school. It was quite a bit to walk from the dormitory, but Izuku didn't mind, and from the peaceful look on Roki's face, neither did he. "Isn't that heavy for you?" Roki asked, glancing back at the cart. He didn't sound concerned, more so than he sounded curious. "No, I used to push trucks on a beach as training, so this is nothing," Izuku said with a shrug, shifting his grip on the handle from one hand to the other to not put the strain on one singular arm. Roki's eyes grew just a bit wider and his eyebrow raised. "Trucks? As in cars?" "Yup. For training." "Ish." Izuku hummed with a nod. "On sand?" He scratched his neck, looking down on the ground. "I didn't really have the money to go to a gym since it was just Mom and I guess I was just a bit too embarrassed to. I was pretty scrawny back then." "I can't imagine you any other way than the way you are now," Roki said, leaning his head to the side as if he was thinking. Probably trying to picture 14-year-old, scrawny Midoriya Izuku pulling trucks on a filthy beach. "I can take you there sometime," Izuku said with a grin. "Take me where?" Roki frowned. "The beach where I used to train. It's a really beautiful place now," Izuku said, thinking back on the memories that now seemed like a whole lifetime ago. "I still go there sometimes." "It sounds like it's a very special place for you." "It is." That beach would always hold a special place for Izuku, no matter how much time passed. It was the beach where everything started for real. His training, his goal to become a hero. That had been where it had all been realized and solidified. "I don't want to intrude on your sacred space," Roki said, turning his head away but still glanced towards Izuku out of the corner of his eye. "You won't be," he promised. "If you say so." Once they'd reached the storage building, they helped unload the furniture and put it away. They left the cart in a slot right inside by the doors before they locked up and left to go back to the dorms. On the way, Roki asked for stories about Izuku's training and about the beach he'd cleaned up, and Izuku had told him as much as he could without mentioning All Might. He told Roki about all of the times he'd felt like he was going to fail and about how great it had felt when he'd finished, when the beach was clean and beautiful again. He even sheepishly mentioned that it had been mentioned in the paper that some unknown person had cleaned it up. By the time they got back to the dorms, it was dark outside. Roki took the key to the storage, promising he'd give it back to Aizawa when classes started the next day. "Midoriya, will you help me again later?" Roki asked as they got into the elevator. "With your room?" Izuku clicked the button for the 2nd floor and then for the 5th, before throwing a glance at Roki. Roki nodded. "You were really helpful today." "Thank you." "No problem," Izuku said, smiling happily. Then his smile faltered a bit and he reached behind to scratch at his neck again. "Hey, Todoroki, about earlier." Roki held up a hand, stopping him from continuing. "You don't have to explain." "Does it make you uncomfortable?" Izuku asked, fidgeting and shifting in his spot. The elevator doors closed with a silent buzz and the elevator jolted to a start. It felt like the walls were slowly shrinking in, growing smaller while the ceiling grew farther away. As if the roof was being pulled up, but the two of them were left on the ground floor. "Does it make you feel better?" Roki turned to Izuku, suddenly standing very close. His chest almost brushed against Izuku's shoulder. "Physically, maybe, but if you're not feeling well because of it," Izuku started. He didn't really know what to say. He didn't want to have any more attacks, but he didn't want either of Todoroki to suffer because of the medication. The elevator arrived on the 2nd floor with a ding. They looked at it as the doors opened. Izuku took a few steps out of the elevator but turned around to look at Roki. He opened his mouth to say something. Anything. "Todoroki," Izuku began, voice lower than he intended for it to be. "It's all right," Roki said softly. A smile played on his lips, but it looked sad and strained, like it was there only to make Izuku feel better. He walked over to Izuku and leaned down. Before Izuku could register what had happened, Roki had planted a soft but very warm kiss on his forehead. When the alpha leaned back and looked him in the eyes, his face was unreadable. His eyes were looking down at Izuku with a blank expression, and the silence that stretched between them went on for a good few seconds too long. While they stood there, the doors tried to close but were pushed back open when they sensed Roki standing in their way. Roki then cleared his throat, back straightening up, as if the elevator doors had woken him up. He reached for the button for the 5th floor, pressing it again, and took a step back into the elevator. He wasn't looking at Izuku when the doors closed, but Izuku could see a faint red hue cover his cheeks. "Good night, Midoriya." "Good night, Todor." The doors closed and Izuku was left standing in the hallway alone. "Oki." His face felt warm to the touch when he reached up and brushed his fingers over his forehead. Roki had laid down on the lone futon, staring up at the dark ceiling from the moment he'd returned to his new dorm room. All he could do was stare up at the roof as he processed what had happened, as if there would be answers up there in the ceiling tiles. Some form of writing to help him understand where his impulsive actions might have came from, and more importantly, what that highly impulsive, split-seconds decision might have changed between them. He touched his lips with the tips of his fingers, carefully brushing over them as he tried to understand why he had done what he'd done. Why his stomach had felt light and heavy at the same time when his lips had made contact with Midoriya's forehead. Why his heart had skipped a beat when Midoriya had looked up at him with a flushed face, round doe-like eyes staring at him wide with surprise and plump lips slightly parted as if to tell him that he'd kissed the wrong spot. The look that Midoriya had given him right after his lips had touched his skin. Roki still wasn't able to decipher it. It had made no sense to him. He couldn't understand what that look in Midoriya's eyes had meant, and that had made him panic. The immediate realization that what he'd done was probably not socially acceptable had hit him like a bucket of icy cold water, and he hadn't been able to think of anything else but to escape. So he'd closed the doors right in Midoriya's face. He ran both hands down his face, feeling how his left side was heating up in his frustration. What if he had ruined everything between them now? Would Midoriya want to see him again after this? He'd kissed him without his permission, sure, it had been on the forehead, but a kiss was still a kiss. Even Todoroki knew that people only kissed when they shared strong feelings for each other. Roki did care for Midoriya. He cared for him a lot. Midoriya was, even if only by biology alone, his omega. It was an inevitable fact. But something inside, maybe it was his other half scolding him once again for his inappropriate actions, told him that the kind of relationship the two of them had right now didn't fall under the same umbrella as the kind where two people kissed. He could faintly remember that his mother used to kiss his forehead when he'd been little. Mostly when he was feeling bad and she wanted to make him feel better, usually after a training session with his father. Her lips would be cold against his forehead and her arms would wrap around him in a comforting embrace. She would whisper comforting words that Roki couldn't remember anymore. Could that be why he'd done it? Had he tried to comfort Midoriya because of what had happened before? Was that why Roki had kissed him? A kiss on the forehead wasn't romantic. At least, that's what he'd learned from the few romance movies he'd had the chance to watch since he'd joined UA, usually only because it would be one of the girls or Aoyama's turn to pick the movie for movie night. In those scenarios it was always a kiss on the lips. I wonder what that would taste like. He found himself mumbling before he caught himself. His cheeks heated up and he covered his mouth with his hands. A small flame licked across the back of his hand before disappearing as quickly as it appeared. What was he thinking? Thoughts like that? He couldn't think thoughts like that. He'd told himself that ever since he'd realized Midoriya was his fated mate. Even more so when they decided to be just friends. Roki might not have had any friends as a child and wasn't all that good at platonic socializing or any socializing, for that matter, but he did know that friends don't think about each other that way. Friends don't wonder what each other's lips taste like. They don't have to fight down indecent thoughts. Friends definitely don't kiss their friend's forehead out of nowhere. But he and Midoriya wasn't supposed to be friends, were they? It was like that first night in the kitchen all over again. Conflicting emotions, confused thoughts and hidden desires he hadn't been aware he had. It all flooded to the surface like hidden treasures from the deep. Where they came from was a mystery. If it was all right to keep the treasures was ambiguous at best. Was it all right for Roki to think and feel that way for Midoriya? Was it morally all right for him to keep these secret treasures? Somehow, back in that locker room, with Midoriya so close and so willing to listen, it had been so easy to just say what it was he wanted to say. He couldn't recall a moment where he'd been so open with Midoriya or anyone for that matter about his emotions and desires. But this time Roki had said everything he'd felt. Whatever it was that had stopped him before wasn't there anymore. So he talked. There had been few things he'd kept to himself this time, and Midoriya had understood. That was probably what had surprised him the most. The ease with which Midoriya had replied to him, accepted him and let him close. He hadn't asked him to leave when he came to the locker room. He never did, but Roki had always assumed that that was because he was just being nice. But he hadn't pushed him away either. When Roki had gotten close, Midoriya hadn't stopped him. When he'd touched him, Midoriya had covered his hands with his own. When Roki had reached for Midoriya's scent glands, he had stood still. At least until Roki's other half had arrived and he'd jumped away, face flushed with a pretty red hue dotted by those dark freckles. He massaged his palms with his fingers and held them up in front of his face. He could still remember the feel of Midoriya's face in his hands. How the Omega's hand had felt over his own. The phantom sensation of his fingers across his skin, the care with which he touched. It lingered on Roki's skin like it had been burned into it. Like Midoriya had branded him with his touch. And his eyes, his big, beautiful green eyes. The way they had looked at him in the locker room, Roki was never going to forget it. The soft gaze and the gentle touches and the soothing words. Understanding, care, and, God forbid, maybe something more? Roki rubbed his thumb and index finger together, remembering the feel of the patch on Midoriya's neck. Right above his scent glands. What would Midoriya have said if Roki had actually touched his nape? He hadn't moved away or tried to warn Roki about his finger's trajectory. Had that been because Midoriya knew the patch was there to block his touch, or did he just not mind because it was Todoroki? What kind of face would he make at having such an NTMT area of the body touched by an alpha? Would Midoriya's face burn hot with a blush red as Roki's hair and push him away? Would he grip onto Roki and bury his face in his chest? Roki hoped he would keen and make noises no one else had ever heard before. That his touch would make Midoriya show parts of himself that only Todoroki would ever see. He wanted to see Midoriya make the same face he'd made in the elevator again. I want to touch him more, Roki admitted to himself, not sure if he was actually talking to himself or if he was talking to his other half 2 doors down. His cheeks were soft. The next day went by quickly. Tado ate breakfast that morning when Roki came downstairs, sitting down next to his other half. His white-haired counterpart gave him a glance, one of his silent warnings again, but Roki ignored it. They were quickly becoming redundant and nothing but an annoyance. Warnings about everything and nothing at the same time. Instead he sat there, not particularly interested in conversing with their classmates as they spilled down from their bedrooms. He did, however, keep an extra keen eye on the door to see when Midoriya would come down for breakfast. He didn't trust the Bond to inform him when the Omega was around right now, not with those pills he was currently popping. Eventually Midoriya walked around the corner, his green curls a mess and looking like he'd just woken up. But Roki had a sneaking suspicion that Midoriya had been awake long before any of the rest of them. He waved at Ida and Uraraka and then let his eyes wander over the room before their eyes met. Midoriya's eyes widened and a red hue spread across his cheeks. He looked away, looking like he was taking deep breaths for a hot second, before shaking his head and smiling at Roki. Roki smiled back at him, mostly because that shade of red suited Midoriya's skin quite well. The way it contrasted with his green eyes and worked with his round cheeks that was probably never going to completely lose the baby fat was just perfect. Not to mention that his freckles against that red blush was like a masterpiece where the perfect set of colors had mixed together. They ate breakfast together and Roki watched as Midoriya swallowed the small medicine capsule with little to no hesitation. He did take a look around the room to make sure no one was watching him before quickly swallowing it down with a glass of juice. After that, Roki paid extra attention to not just where Midoriya was at, but also a close eye on the bond. Now that he was focusing on it, he could feel how it faded away through the hour that followed. Whatever strength it had gained under the night was now gone again, and somehow, Midoriya didn't seem bothered by it at all. He was taking notes in class, he was chatting away with his friends during lunch, and during hero training he was going full throttle forwards. Extremely agile, Roki hummed to himself as he watched Midoriya leap across the industrial arena. Dodging pipes, jumping up buildings, using his black whip to get himself further into the air. He was moving with grace, like that controlled whirlwind he'd been that night when he moved around the kitchen. He was perfect, Roki whispered, not realizing he'd spoken aloud as he stood staring up at the screen. Right, Uraraka said, making small skips in place in her excitement. Look at the way he's moving. He's definitely showing off, Kaminari said, nodding at the screen. He deserves to show off, Roki said, voice low but definitely heard by the rest of his classmates. He didn't pay attention to what the rest of them said after that, eyes glued to the screen. He was jumping around like a rubber ball of energy, body bending and shrinking in on itself as it went along the narrow areas of the arena. Flexible, agile like few, but somehow still sporting a nice set of muscles. Roki had seen them yesterday in the locker room. Of course, he'd seen them before, but somehow yesterday he hadn't been able to help but take in the view of Midoriya in an unbuttoned shirt. The compact set of pectorals and abdominal muscles that ran up the Omega's chest. His broad shoulders and collarbone that were prominent no matter what clothes he wore. Sets of muscles that the moment he put on clothes were easily hidden from view. So much power stored in such a small body. His heartbeat picked up, probably skipping a beat as his body grew hot as he imagined Midoriya's strong arms. Arms that looked fragile with their massive amounts of scars and the crooked fingers but could pick Roki up no problem even without the use of his quirk. Strong thighs that should be classified as deadly weapons with the way they could crush concrete, create craters and break through metal like it was paper thin. Oh, sheet! Roki cursed as flames lighted up his shoulder and face, hand flying up to cover his mouth as he finally understood. Or, better yet, accepted what he'd already known but had been denying for the last year. Izuku would be lying if he said he wasn't showing off just a little bit during the afternoon classes. Pushing himself further than he probably should be, extra conscious of the fact that his entire class was looking at him as he cleared through the arena. Or, more precisely, that Todoroki both of them were watching him, especially after what had happened last night. His skin burned with the memory of Roki's warm lips against his forehead. Minutes after coming back to his dorm room, he'd even run to the bathroom to check in the mirror to see if there was some form of a mark left behind. That's how long the hot touch lingered. It was ridiculous, and even a little stupid, to believe such a thing would leave some kind of visible mark behind, but somehow it felt like Roki had left a permanent trace on his skin. Like his lips had been made out of hot iron. Of course, as expected, when one is distracted by something, even if it is something as simple as a kiss, one makes mistakes. The moment Izuku remembered the kiss, he misstepped as his cheeks heated up with a colorful red blush. Not only did he misstep, he had been in the process of pulling himself upwards with his black whip. So instead of going up, he went forwards and collided face first with one of the many metal walls. He could practically hear Bakugo laugh all the way out in the arena at the impact, and sure enough, when he came back to where the rest of the class stood watching, the Alpha was fighting the need to double over, holding onto Kirishima's arm as he let out a round of loud laughter and a few, somewhat friendly, mocking comments about Izuku's simple mistake. It was all in good jest, of course, but some things in their relationship was never going to change. "I'd like to see you do better, Kaken," Izuku said, voice breaking with a snivel at the end as something wet trickled down his nose. His hand reached up to brush away whatever it was. "You can bet I can do better," Bakugo barked with a wide grin and voice filled with the lingering laughter. Izuku massaged his nose as he walked over to stand by the railing. It pulsed and was sensitive to the touch. Red spots stained the tips of his gloves as he brushed his fingers under his nostrils when his nose kept dripping. He sniveled, trying to cover the nosebleed with his hand as another group of students were sent out into the arena. "Good job," Tadu said as he came over. The noise that escaped up Izuku's throat could only be described as a mix between a giggle and a snort. An odd mixture of noises that didn't really go together, which made him involuntarily snivel. "Thanks, Todoroki. But I fumbled at the end." "Are you bleeding?" Tadu asked, a frown covering his features before his eyes widened as he stepped so close that Izuku had to lean backwards to not bump noses with him. Tadu grabbed onto his wrist and pulled it away from his nose with little to no effort. He sent a quick glance down at the bloodied glove and then at the small trail that had smudged under Izuku's nose. His face twisted into one of near panic at the sight, eyes filled with worry and horror at the same time. "Guess it's my time to have a nosebleed, huh?" Izuku chuckled awkwardly, followed by a very audibly gulp. He leaned his head a bit to the side so that Tadu's cold breath wouldn't hit him straight in the face. "I told you to be careful," Tadu scolded, bringing his right hand up and brushed his cold fingers above Izuku's upper lip. Smudges of blood painted over the back of his fingers as a result. "You don't have to." "I'm fine, really," Izuku insisted, feeling how his face grew hot despite the cold touch. If he took a deep breath, Izuku could taste the faint hint of frost in the air. "It'll stop bleeding on its own." Tadu frowned, pushing the joints of his fingers carefully up against Izuku's nose. It stung as the cold made contact with the sensitive area. Pain caused him to flinch and sent an involuntary shudder up his spine. He almost sneezed as he took a breath through his nose, the cold air biting inside his nostrils. "You should go see Recovery Girl." "No!" Izuku exclaimed, earning an odd glance from Kaminari and Jair. He waved them away, hiding himself behind Tadu's torso so as to not draw attention to his injured nose. "She will not be happy if I'm there 2 days in a row." At Tadu's raised eyebrow, he added, "And it will stop bleeding soon, as you said yourself, remember? So let's not waste her time with something so simple." "Your health isn't a waste," Tadu said, eyebrows knitting together in a worried expression that easily told Izuku that he had probably misunderstood the meaning behind the words. "I didn't mean it like a nosebleed isn't as important as a panic attack or getting an explosion to the face, or broken bones and that kind of stuff," he explained. Izuku wasn't sure what the noise Tadu made at that explanation meant, and with his face twisted into that worried expression, it could mean anything really. "I'll go see if All Might has any tissues," he said, looking around for the former number one. "It's fine," Izuku said, rummaging through his many pouches. "I know I put some here somewhere." After going through the pouches on his left, he found a small package of tissues in the first one on the right. He pulled it out triumphantly and held it up towards Tadu with a big grin. Tadu just raised an eyebrow at him, but Izuku saw the twitch in his lips as the alpha reached for the package and snatched a tissue. "I can do that myself, Todoroki," Izuku insisted, but Tadu didn't list it to him. The alpha carefully held the tissue under his nose, wiping a bit to get the blood that had spilled down off of his skin. Izuku could feel how the tip became wet while Tadu pressed it under his bleeding nostril, the soft paper quickly absorbing the blood. He glanced to the side, catching Roki staring at them from not too far away. His eyes were wide with something and he had a hand clasped over his mouth. His left side was steaming and the moment their eyes met, Roki looked away immediately. He didn't just look away either, his whole body turned and his head hung while his shoulders raised up to his ears. Tadu followed his gaze and sighed. "I'm conflicted." "You mean I mean Todoroki or yourself?" Izuku had to stop himself in the middle to remember what Roki had begged him yesterday. He wasn't sure if the same applied to Tadu, but if one of them wanted Izuku to call them by his real name, then it was pretty likely that the other one wanted the same. "Other me," Tadu clarified. "About?" Izuku started, but he didn't finish the sentence. Did Tadu know about the kiss? What is he conflicted about? "Nothing you need to worry about," Tadu said, shaking his head as he went back to focus on Izuku's nose. Izuku kept on massaging his nose when Tadu had to leave to go out into the arena. His fingers moved carefully down the bridge to the tip and down below to where the cold of Tadu's touch still lingered. So very cold. Such a big contrast to Roki, whose touch always seemed to be so warm. Compared to his fire-wielding counterpart, Tadu seemed less willing to share physical contact, which was very much like what Todoroki had been like before. Very reserved, not necessarily the vocal or social member of the group, and definitely not one for public displays of affection. Now that Izuku thought about it, even if it had just been 2 days, he could already point out some major differences between the two Todorokis. Todou was quiet, reserved, and spent a lot of time to himself. He didn't refrain from talking to people, but at the same time he only seemed to talk when he was approached by others or when he was scolding Izuku, he thought with a silent laugh. Roki, on the other hand, he was physical to a degree that Izuku had never known Todoroki to ever have been like before. He would touch Izuku's hands, his cheeks, and even do NTMT things such as brush his hand up Izuku's thigh and kiss his forehead. He was always close, and Izuku was aware of how the red-headed alpha was constantly watching him, like his eyes were glued to Izuku's back. Most of the time he wasn't very discreet about it either. What the two alpha halves did have in common, however, was the way they both seemed to care about Izuku. Every time he was hurt or in some way or form felt down, one of them always managed to find their way to him. Roki was there to catch him, Todou was there to carry him. One to cool down his bruises and the other to warm him up afterwards. Something else Izuku had noticed was that despite their differences, they still touched the same. It was a bit embarrassing to think back on, but each time he recalled the two halves having touched him, it had felt the same. The only difference had been the temperature. Each caress, each brush of fingers, and whether it was intentional skin contact or not, they mirrored each other perfectly. He looked up at the screen, seeing it swap between the students inside the arena, trying to make their way across and get ahead of all the others. It switched between the two Todorokis, showing just how much they mirrored each other. Izuku wasn't sure if anyone else saw it, but it was so clear to him. The way Roki used his fire as a propellant, very similar to how Bakugo used his explosions or how Endeavor would use his fire to stay elevated in the air, while Todou used his ice to skate across. Techniques that Todoroki had probably thought about before at some point but had never been capable of or had just chosen not to utilize. They moved like Todoroki. Their strategies to get across the arena were so much like each other's but with their own twists, tailored to their respective quirks. But Izuku still saw them both as one, in an odd way. Each time the back of one of their heads appeared on the screen, Izuku's mind immediately went to, "That's Todoroki," and yet at the same time, the moment he realized which half of Todoroki he was looking at, the differences stood out like cracks on a mirror. Much to Izuku's dismay, Roki avoided him the rest of the day. When the classes ended, Roki was gone before Izuku got the chance to talk to him about what happened. Not that he knew much of what he was going to say, but if he didn't talk to Roki about any of what was going on between them, it would gnaw on him till he just couldn't take it anymore. But the one waiting outside his locker room after class was Todou, while Roki was nowhere to be seen. When they got back to the dorms, Todou said that Roki was in his room and wanted to be left alone. He didn't even come down for dinner, and when Izuku tried to go and check on him, Todou had stopped him. "Leave me be," he said, putting a hand on Izuku's shoulder as if to keep him from going. "Are you sure?" Izuku asked, eyebrows knitted into a frown as he looked to the elevator and back to Todou. He looked off during hero practice. "I told you, I'm conflicted." "That doesn't explain much," Izuku said, shoulders falling. "It's difficult to explain. Just stay away from me for a while." And with that, the conversation seemed to be over. Feeling conflicted himself, Izuku finally decided to join the others. If Todou said to leave Roki alone, it was probably just for the best to give him his space. They could talk when he felt better. He almost forgot to take the medication recovery girl gave him when dinner was over. He had clean-up duty with Tsuyu and Ojiro, and after they were done, everyone had settled into the common room to watch a movie. They had decided on an old All Might film from years ago that first aired before most of them were born. The time had simply just passed by faster than he'd anticipated, so when Izuku remembered he had to take one capsule before he went to bed, it was already dark outside. He hurried up to his room to fetch a single capsule and went back downstairs for a glass of water, but when he rounded the corner into the kitchen, he stopped in his tracks. Rokuroki stood leaning against the sink, head turned down and looking away from Izuku with his gaze fixed on the floor. But Izuku still saw that his face was twisted in an expression of guilt with just the smallest hint of determination hidden inside when he gave a quick glance upwards to acknowledge Izuku's presence. "It doesn't bother you at all to get rid of the bond?" Roki crossed his arms over his chest, bangs falling to cover his eyes completely. His words were voiced like a question, but they sounded more like he was stating a fact. Todoroki. The alpha visibly flinched at the name, squeezing his eyes shut as his mouth twisted into a grimace before going back to his neutral expression. His claws grew, digging into his sleeves before Roki relaxed them, spreading his fingers out as they went back to their normal short state. He tucked them back in under his arms as if to hide them. Izuku sighed, taking a few steps closer. His fingers tightened around the capsule, as if it had suddenly increased in weight and he was risking losing his hold on it. Of course it bothers me, but right now we don't have many other options, he said, shoulders falling in a sort of defeat as he slowly took a few more steps closer to Roki. I don't want another attack to happen. You make it sound so easy. Roki spoke in a neutral, monotone voice that sounded just as recorded as Tadu's had on their way to the infirmary, perfectly masked by the facade he'd worn for so many years. But when he spoke next, there was disgust in his voice. Take a pill and suddenly it means nothing. Means nothing, Todoroki. It's not easy for me. Izuku looked at the pill in his hand. Somehow it looked so much worse as it lay atop the scarred flesh, the blue and white contrasting against his crooked fingers with their faint red tinge that would never quite go back to their normal skin tone. I don't want the bond to disappear, it's been there my whole life. But, he clenched his fist around the pill again and looked up at the alpha, meeting his blue eyes. I'm also kinda curious what it would feel like to be like everyone else. Normal people don't have the type of bond that we do. You can't tell me you aren't a little curious on what that would feel like too. I'm not, Roki said without hesitation. He pushed off of the counter and came over to Izuku. He took his scarred hand in his hands and ran both thumbs over the clenched fist. Please don't take it. We'd be all alone. Todoroki, Izuku started, not quite sure what he was going to say next. He never got to figure it out, however, because he was interrupted. Don't take what? Uraraka asked as she walked into the kitchen. Tsuyu was following shortly behind her. You're missing the end of the movie. I've seen it already, so it's fine. Izuku excused himself, still pleading silently for Roki to understand. Midoriya, Rokuroki, why are you two holding hands? Tsuyu asked, pointing at their still joined hands. Roki let out a snarl at the nickname but didn't comment on it. Izuku looked down at their still joined hands and let out a loud yelp. He yanked his hand back maybe a bit too roughly. The pill slipped out of his grasp when he accidentally unclenched his fist. It rolled across the floor, looking like an obvious neon sign with its bright colors. He quickly hurried to pick it back up, but it had already been seen. What's that? Uraraka asked, leaning over to look at the capsule as he picked it up. Tsuyu came up behind her and scanned the capsule as well, holding a hand by the side of her mouth as she inspected it. She gave an unintelligible hum. Izuku retracted his hand, hiding it behind his back. It's just some medicine that recovery girl gave me. It's to help with the attacks I've been getting. That's the second time you've had one of those attacks, isn't it? Uraraka pointed out. Her eyebrows knitted in concern. Is everything okay? Yes, everything is fine, Izuku started saying, but Roki spoke at the same time as he did. No, it's not. The two looked at each other, Izuku feeling his heartbeat pick up as he met Roki's gaze. The alpha was almost pleading with him, and even without the bond being as strong as it normally was, he could tell that there was some serious internal struggle going on behind those eyes. Uraraka blinked while Tsuyu raised her eyebrows. It doesn't sound like everything's fine, Tsuyu said in her usual monotone voice. Midoriya, you started having the attacks right after Todoroki's split happened, right? I don't remember you having any before. Neither do I, Uraraka agreed. Deku, you haven't been hiding something bad from us, have you? She took a step forwards, eyes full of concern. No, they started yesterday, Izuku admitted. With a much lower voice, he added, coincidentally when Todoroki was split into two people. Coincidentally? Izuku ignored the three sets of eyes looking at him, fists clenching tightly at his sides. He could feel the curious eyes of Tsuyu and Uraraka as they tried to understand the situation, just trying to be good friends and help. But the gaze he was more concerned with was the one that burned as it hit him, Like Roki's eyes were lighting Izuku on fire with just a look. He didn't want to have another attack. He didn't want Todoroki to feel uncomfortable. He didn't want the bond to disappear. But now that he had the opportunity to know what it sort of felt like without it, he couldn't deny wanting to take it. To know what it was like for everyone else. According to the fated bond, Izuku and Todoroki were meant to be together. But what would happen if they hadn't been fated mates? Would things still have evolved the same way they'd done up to this moment, or would they have gone down a different route? Izuku bit his lip before letting out a long sigh. His whole body relaxed and suddenly he felt like he was about to do something wrong. "Sorry, Todoroki," he mumbled so quietly that only the Alpha could have heard him. Then, before Roki had the opportunity to stop him, Izuku grabbed a glass from the cupboard and filled it up with water. He raised the pill to his lips and right before he had the chance to close his mouth around it, Roki had practically run over to him. He held out a hand while the others supported him from the counter. "Midoriya, please," Roki begged, his eyes pleading and desperation leaking into his voice like never before. But Izuku had already raised the glass. He popped the pill into his mouth and swallowed before Roki could stop him. Todoroki had never looked as betrayed as he had that moment when Izuku looked up at him again. His eyes wide and mouth left hanging partly open. Something wet shone in the corners of his eyes that looked a little like tears. But before Izuku could see it properly, Roki narrowed his eyes and closed his mouth tightly. He took a step back, his hands falling to his sides. His left fist letting out steam. Uraraka looked between the two, eyes wide and confused. Tsuyu let out a barely audible hum as she inspected the situation. At that exact moment, Ida walked around the corner. "I came to inform you that the movie is over," he said, pushing his glasses up the bridge of his nose, revealing a pair of purple bags underneath his eyes. He stopped, looking around the room, clearly noticing the tense atmosphere that had spread throughout the kitchen. "What is happening?" "I don't know." Uraraka leaned over and whispered, eyes still fixated on Izuku and Roki. She cupped a hand over her mouth and kept whispering, but Izuku's focus wasn't on her at the moment so he couldn't make out what she was saying. Instead he kept his eyes focused on Rokuroki. "Todoroki, it's for the best for now," he said, stressing the last two words as he felt the betrayed look the Alpha gave him bore into his skin. Roki didn't answer him. Instead he turned his head away. His fists clenched at his sides so tightly that they shook. A few flames lighted up his fingers. "But I don't know why Rokuroki wouldn't want Deku to take the medicine." "I don't know what the medicine is either," Uraraka said, sounding like she'd just finished telling a story. Ida gave a nod, rubbing his chin as he looked across the room, but before he commented on what Uraraka had just told him, Roki spoke up. "They're sensory dampeners," he informed the room. "What's that?" Uraraka asked, eyebrows knitted together in thought. Sensory dampeners are a type of medicine given to certain mated pairs to lessen the intensity of a mating bond, for better efficiency during patrols, among other things, Ida explained, pushing his glasses further up on his nose. "Many in my family utilize them during important missions to remove distractions." Of course Ida, coming from a long line of predominantly alphas and a pro-hero family, would know what dampeners were. Uraraka frowned. "Deku, why would she give you dampeners?" Well, Izuku started, making gestures with his hands as if that would explain it away. He looked at Roki for help, but the Alpha wasn't looking at him. His arms fell down, a heavy pit starting to form in his stomach. "It's sort of like that, I guess." "It's like what?" Uraraka asked, looking even more confused than before. "We're fated mates," Roki said. He gave Izuku a look that he couldn't decipher before he turned around and left the kitchen. "Todoroki!" Izuku called after him, but the Alpha didn't listen. His shoulders slumped with a sigh. How could the two Todorokis have so vastly different opinions on this? Weren't they still supposed to be the same person? Uraraka's face lit up immediately. She clasped her hands together loudly and floated up in the air for a few seconds before she landed back down on the floor. A big bright smile spread across the beta's face as she leaned forwards towards Izuku. "Congratulations," she exclaimed. "I had no idea." "It's like that," Tsuyu mumbled to herself, giving a nod as if it all suddenly made sense. "That must be why your panic attacks coincide with Todoroki." Because there's two of him, Uraraka said, sharing a look with Tsuyu. Izuku nodded, leaning backwards a bit. He looked after where Roki had disappeared around the corner. Him blurting out that they were fated mates had completely taken Izuku by surprise. I can't believe Todoroki's your mate. And you're soulmates too, Uraraka gushed. Why didn't you tell us? Mate what? No, we're not. Izuku stumbled over his words, feeling his cheeks heat up at the implications of mating. Midoriya, as your friend, I am happy for you. Ida placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder as he gave his congratulations, but Izuku suspected that there was more following. But it is highly inappropriate to mate at our age. We are far too young to make such important life decisions. You should at the very least have gone through a proper mating ceremony. It's not like that, Izuku exclaimed, silencing his friends immediately. For once he didn't care if he might have been heard by their classmates in the common room. He cleared his throat and let out a sigh. It's not like that at all. It's not? Uraraka asked, brow furrowing. He shook his head. It's kinda, yes, we are fated mates, but we're not. We're just friends. I mean, I haven't even presented yet, so it wouldn't even be possible for us to, that. I guess. Really? But aren't soulmates supposed to be like this super romantic thing? Neither of us wanted to be something more, Izuku said, suddenly feeling extremely exhausted and tired of the whole situation. He had thought about it on occasion, what a relationship with Todoroki would be like. Knowing that the alpha was his fated mate, he hadn't been able to help himself. Especially since it was such a rare thing that everyone seemed to want. Would they be holding hands as they walked to school? Would they sleep over in each other's dorm rooms? Share food and joke around with each other? Would Todoroki give him something for Izuku to put in his nest? Would they maybe kiss? But that was all because of the soul bond. That was what Izuku told himself. Those kinds of thoughts were only brought upon by the knowledge that he and Todoroki, based on biology alone, was supposed to be a couple, and that's the excuse Izuku had stuck with. But that hadn't stopped him from sneaking the occasional glance when he got the opportunity. Not with any ulterior motives, but just because that's where his eyes would wander. An innocent glance in the direction of a friend. Todoroki didn't want anything like that. He'd said so. Not straight out or in so many words, but as far as Izuku had understood it, it had been implied. That day when they decided to be just friends, Todoroki hadn't argued. He'd agreed and that had been that. They had never brought it up again. But aren't soulmates supposed to be drawn to each other? Uraraka asked. It is an exceptionally rare condition, Ida said, correcting his glasses once more as he spoke. Perhaps it's not as the legends say. We're okay with just being friends, Izuku said with a nod. The pit in his stomach seemed to grow bigger with each word of that sentence he spoke out loud. His mind kept flashing back to that look in Roki's eyes, the one that looked like he was about to cry. They were okay with being just friends, weren't they? Those dampeners, Tsuyu started, speaking slowly as if she was thinking along with each word she said. They will take away the bond that you two share? Izuku reached behind his neck and brushed over the patch. He nodded again. It will dampen it, yes. Rokuroki didn't seem like he wanted you to take them, she continued. He doesn't, Izuku agreed. Why not? If they help stop your attacks, Uraraka said, leaning her head to the side. Because the bond has been there since we were born, Izuku explained. I've felt it since I was little and I bet it's the same for Todoroki. He's worried about what dampening it will do. Alphas are extremely overprotective over their mates, Ida explained. As fated mates, Todoroki must see you as someone he is obligated to look after. But Deku said they're not mates yet. Doesn't that mean he shouldn't have those kinds of feelings, right? Uraraka asked. An alpha can get protective over more than just their mate. Those protective instincts will appear for both friends and family if they are threatened as well. Being his fated mate, Todoroki most likely feel a need to protect you, Midoriya, Ida said. Silencing the bond between you must make him incredibly uncomfortable. It goes against his instincts. I didn't know that well. I knew about the protective instincts, we've already talked about those, but I didn't know that they were that strong, Izuku said with a frown. Todoroki had never mentioned anything about it being difficult to stay the way they were. Ida nodded as if in confirmation. Suppressing such natural instincts for too long could lead to unwanted consequences. It's what happens when an alpha lose control and give in to the inner beast. The inner beast? Izuku asked. That was a term he'd come across online a few times, but he didn't know what it meant. It's an informal term used for the innermost primal parts of an alpha's core, Ida explained. The inner beast is what causes an alpha's rut. I definitely didn't know that, Izuku muttered to himself. How long had Todoroki been keeping those kinds of instincts to himself? He couldn't have been suppressing them ever since the sports festival, could he? I need to go. Thank you, Ida. Izuku ran out of the kitchen, hurrying towards the elevator. Rokuroki must have gone to his room. Roki slammed his door shut when he'd reached his bedroom. He might have accidentally activated his quirk in the process, leaving a black scorch mark around the door handle. But he didn't notice the burn, too consumed by the fire that had erupted inside his chest to be able to care. He could physically feel it. The way the bond was disintegrating around him, leaving him to wonder if it would ever really go back to what it was before. How could their bond be restored after being so brutally abused? It was unnatural. It was inhumane. As the minutes ticked by, the further and further away from him Midoriya got. He just couldn't keep up with his pace. Even when it came to their current academics, Todoroki had fallen behind Midoriya. Watching as his back got further ahead of him, looking over his shoulder as if he was waiting for him to catch up. Always with that bright smile, holding out a hand and willing to help. Midoriya wasn't looking back at him anymore, so focused ahead that Roki became irrelevant. No hand reaching out for him and so far away that he was nothing but a dot in the horizon. How could that view have gotten so distorted? Had it been right what they decided their first year? Had he effed up by not arguing with Midoriya about being just friends? Had he ruined any and all chances of being something more in that one singular moment of weakness? Where would they be today if Todoroki had just said something? If he'd just shamelessly admitted, both to himself and to Midoriya, that maybe he didn't want to be just friends. To be perfectly honest, Roki wasn't quite sure what he wanted from Midoriya right now, or even what he'd wanted back then, for that matter. He knew that he felt more for the Omega than a friend did. He wasn't that oblivious as to not know the difference between having a crush on someone and having genuine strong, maybe even romantic feelings towards them. He was sheltered, but even Endeavor hadn't been that much of an a-hole to F up that part of his education. Not that he'd been very good at it, usually only hiring professional Omegas to help out with his son's ruts and leaving it to them to educate, but the point still stood. But the fact that Todoroki hadn't realized earlier was all on him. No one else. Would Midoriya be standing right next to him right now if he had understood sooner? Would he be holding his hand as they sat on the only piece of furniture in the room and talked? Work this out. Would they go to sleep together? Would Midoriya wrap his arms around him in a warm embrace and say he understood? Roki wanted that. He wanted that warmth, the feeling that came when Midoriya was close. The night in the kitchen had been right. The kiss in the elevator had been right. So right that it had terrified him with how much he had wanted Midoriya in those short, singular moments. It was clear that Midoriya wasn't going to stop taking those pills, and who knew how long Todoroki was going to be stuck like this. The worst-case scenario, it could be months. Months without being able to feel Midoriya in the back of his head. Months of being alone and empty. Roki frowned as he looked down on his left hand. He could still feel Midoriya's hand in his own, like the Omega was standing in front of him. The way his hands felt wrapped in Roki's long fingers was just right. Like a blanket around crooked appendages, like his touch would be able to heal all the scars and erase all of the lingering pain left behind by Todoroki's stubbornness. There must be a way to keep him close without the bond. He just didn't know what that was yet. He wasn't that well-versed in romance or relationships or close bonds like he probably should be with a fated mate. Todoroki only knew the basics of romance and of what attraction could do to you. Everything else he felt or imagined, desires that kept on bubbling underneath the surface ready to boil over, were all so foreign to him that he wasn't sure what to do with any of it. He looked down on his clenched fist, opening it slowly and lit it on fire. The flames danced over his fingers, like a living being moving across his skin filled with its own free will. passionate and powerful, a beautiful thing made to destroy but still capable of giving warmth and comfort. In that moment, he made a decision. If he wouldn't be able to keep Midoriya close through the bond between them, then he would just have to find another way. Roki turned and walked out of his room, heading straight for the elevator. He pushed the button, but realized that he hadn't needed to. The numbers above the doors showed that it was already moving upwards, heading straight for the top floor. When the doors opened, his eyes widened in a split second of shock as he saw round and surprised green eyes looking back at him. Todoroki? He slammed a hand between the elevator door as if to push them open faster, maybe with a bit more force than he'd intended. With his eyes hidden behind his bangs, Roki stepped inside the elevator and clicked the button for the doors to close. Midoriya. He wasn't sure if Roki knew that he was doing it, but the alpha was releasing an unnatural amount of strong pheromones. They hit like in waves, crashing against Izuku like he was a cliff in the ocean. They swarmed around in the small space, filling up the elevator until all Izuku could smell was Roki. Roki, alpha and burning pheromones. It made the still dormant Omega inside of him squirm. Like prey cornered by a predator, which was a pretty fitting description of what was happening as Roki ran his fingers up the control panel. First pressing the button to close the doors and then something that made Izuku swallow as he followed Roki's fingers with his eyes the stop button. The elevator gave a sudden jolt as the stop mechanism got to work. The doors closed, trapping the two of them inside until either someone outside did a manual override or one of them pressed the stop button one more time to start the elevator back up again. It was just the two of them. Almost as if the outside world had disappeared behind those mechanic doors. Like Izuku and Roki had become trapped in their own separate dimension where no one could reach them. A world all to themselves. Roki's eyes were half covered by long strands of red, but the fiery blue of his eyes still shone through. Eyes narrowed with determination and something, dare he say, primal burning behind the intense gaze. The temperature inside of the elevator increased rapidly until sweat was dripping down Izuku's temple. He pulled on the collar of his t-shirt to alleviate some of the sudden heat as he found himself pushing back up against the back of the elevator as his legs turned heavy like 2 sacks of sand. Izuku had to stop to swallow as a lump started to form in the back of his throat. He made a grimace at how audible it was. Todoroki, I was just on my way to your room. A red eyebrow raised upwards slightly as Roki straightened his back, using the few inches he had above Izuku to near tower over the Omega. He wasn't even standing all that close, still over by the door panel, but Izuku still felt like he'd just gotten himself trapped inside of a cage. Even more so when he saw the way Roki's pupils shifted, vibrating in his eyes for a quick second. It almost looked like they shrunk down to small slits, but they were back to normal too fast for Izuku to be sure. You were? Roki asked, somehow managing to sound monotone and surprised at the same time. He took a long step forwards. I was. Izuku nodded, doing his best to keep himself standing upright with a straight back. But his knees were on the verge of buckling and he couldn't understand why he had the sudden urge to slide further down the wall, to make himself small. He had no idea what was happening or why he was reacting the way he was. Why the intense look inside of Roki's eyes made him want to curl in on himself like a child who'd done something wrong. It made no sense to him. It was feeling that he'd never experienced before. Not with any other alpha. Not even with Bakugo, and they'd shared their fair share of moments. Most involved Izuku being bullied, but the point still stood. Bakugo had presented as an alpha during the start of their last year of middle school, to the surprise of absolutely no one. Izuku had assumed his childhood friend was an alpha long before it became common knowledge to everyone. He supposed it was just the kind of energy that Bakugo gave off. No newly presented alpha knew how to control their pheromones. They'd never released such a massive amount before, or anywhere that strong either. That was why most young alphas used temporary medication for the issue, sort of like scent blockers but not quite the same. Even knowing that he was an Omega, Izuku had never been affected by an alpha's pheromones the way that an Omega should be. Or even just the way that a hormonal teenager, regardless of their secondary gender, should react to an alpha giving off massive amounts of pheromones, whether with SXL intentions or not. For a long time Izuku had just written it off as a side effect of him not having presented yet and that it was because he had yet to have his first heat, but even then an alpha's pheromones should still have had some form of effect on him, even if they wouldn't necessarily make him go into heat. Izuku knew that that was something that had set Bakugo off for the longest time. Most omegas and betas wouldn't question an alpha simply because of their dominating presence alone. Add pheromones to that and it was easy to understand why the majority of the world's leading population was composed of alphas. But now, with Roki's pheromones going haywire and with the intense stare and the cramped space they were currently in, Izuku couldn't explain the way his heartbeat was picking up. Why his muscles suddenly felt like they were melting and turning into jelly, or the reason why his whole body had suddenly grown hot without explanation. Roki smiled, the corners of his lips twitching upwards. "But I wanted to see you." "Really?" Izuku asked, fighting down the stammer that tried to fight itself into his voice. He gestured with his hands, pointing in 2 different directions as he spoke. "I thought since you ran off earlier that you didn't want to see me, maybe? I always want to see you, Midoriya." Izuku's lips formed a thin line, shutting down whatever it was he meant to say as his face grew hot. Hotter than it already was. He held his breath as Roki took another step towards him and ended up right in front of him. The alpha ran a thumb over his cheek, going on to cover it with his whole hand. "You're so soft," he chuckled quietly, seemingly talking to himself as he spoke. His expression relaxed and an almost relieved sigh escaped him. His chest expanded and fell with the inhale. Izuku bit his bottom lip. He didn't know how to respond to that. What to respond to any of that? Because where had all of this come from? Where had the angry and disappointed alpha from just a few minutes ago gone? Roki leaned forwards and for a second he thought that Roki was going to kiss his forehead again. But instead he ran his nose through Izuku's green curls, taking in a long breath of air as he moved from the crown of his head down to his neck. Izuku let out a shaky breath, unable to hold it in for much longer. He closed his eyes and almost whimpered when he felt Roki's lips and nose ghost over his skin and oh God, was that his tongue? Then the red-headed alpha abruptly stopped. He leaned back, a frown on his face with a puzzled look. "Midoriya?" "Why yes." Izuku squeaked, unable to stop the high pitch his voice reached. "You are an Omega, right?" "I am," he replied slowly. Roki made an odd noise, sounding like a mix of a hum and something unintelligible. "I wouldn't have been able to tell by your scent alone. It's not distinct. Not even like that of a beta." "How do you know?" It's anatomy, biology. I have a, sort of, D different body parts from..." He had to stop to swallow before he continued, fighting down the lump Tot was blocking his throat. He took a deep breath and tried to calm down his racing heart that had picked up at the question, at the simple observation. "I have different body parts from that of a normal male. It's rare for someone who's not an Omega to have the kind of anatomy that I do." Roki hummed and gave a nod that he understood. "But not impossible. Right? It's not impossible," Izuku confirmed with a nod of his own. "But there is one big difference between an Omega and an intersex male alpha or beta." "And what is that?" Izuku's face burned red and he hid his face as best he could behind his bangs. His shoulders rose like he was trying to hide himself behind them, making himself look small and unapproachable. "They don't have a womb." "And you do?" Roki asked, seemingly unfazed by the topic. He actually sounded quite interested by it. Izuku nodded slowly. Out of the 6 gender combinations there were only 2 that could be identified at birth. Male Omegas and female Alphas. Both because of their unique biology that made them stand out from their peers. While it wasn't impossible for any of the secondary genders to be born with the wrong set of genitalia, it was an extremely rare case. Male Omegas and female Alphas always had the same type of biology, while the other combinations were never that regular or looked the same. Apparently Inko had known that Izuku was an Omega from the moment he was born. The doctors had noticed his odd anatomy immediately and even before that they had supposedly had their suspicions. At least according to his mother. They'd seen it on the ultrasound, she'd said, that Izuku seemed to be lacking certain body parts that normal males possessed. But they had never been able to be certain. That was until he was born and their suspicions were confirmed. After a quick scan of his abdomen, there had been no denying it. It had made the news for a while that a male Omega had been born in Japan. It was so rare that the news had run the story for a good couple of days. But when his parents had refused to give out names or give any type of interviews on the matter, the story had soon faded. It was something that Izuku was grateful for. He wasn't sure he could have survived growing up having the whole country know his secondary gender. Especially not with how most of his male classmates from middle school had viewed particularly male Omegas. Even to a lot of adults, male Omegas were no different than women. It had taken a lot for Izuku to open up about his secondary gender at Yudare, but because of the laws it had been impossible to hide it for too long. You could only make so many excuses as to why he wasn't changing with the rest of his male classmates or why he never seemed to use the male restrooms. Eventually he had garnered the courage to tell them what they asked, answering as many questions as he was comfortable with and avoiding the ones he didn't want to talk about. But it had all worked out. And, Izuku cleared his throat, unable to get the words out. This was not the conversation he'd planned on having with Rokuroki. Todoroki, this isn't what I wanted to talk to you about. I'm sorry if I have offended you, Roki apologized, bring up his other hand to cup Izuku's cheek. His thumb ran over the many freckles and up under his eye. What, you didn't offend me, Izuku hurried to say. I wanted to talk with you about the medicine and the bond and that thing. All of the instincts and all that. Maybe clear up some things? Why? Because something is bothering you and I. I want to be there for you, Izuku said, voice faltering a bit at the end. I feel like I've been a bad friend. You haven't been a bad friend, Midoriya, Roki said, speaking as if he was choosing his words carefully. I think I've overstepped boundaries and that I haven't realized. At Izuku's confused expression, Roki clarified, my other me thinks that I have overstepped boundaries with you. I suppose I'm right. Prying into your secondary gender is very rude of me. I'm sorry. You don't have to apologize. I don't think you've overstepped any boundaries and you definitely haven't offended me, Izuku reassured. Does me being an Omega have anything to do with why you're afraid of losing the bond? There was a bit of silence, so Izuku hurried to say more. I mean, since you asked about it so suddenly, I figured and we're fated mates, so that probably has something to do with it as well, right? At least that's what Ida said, protective alpha instincts. The ones we talked about first year, the possessive ones? And I get it if you're feeling protective and that maybe the split has something to do with it, plus my glands are swelling which is releasing hormones, it's a lot at once and… Midoriya, Roki interrupted, grabbing both of his cheeks in a firm grip and forcing Izuku to look at him. He bit his lip to shut himself up. He swallowed. Why yes. With the bond you are always close. Without it, you are far away and I want to keep you close beside me so I know that you're safe, Roki explained. Well, I'm not going anywhere, Izuku said with a small shrug, hoping he sounded reassuring. Because it seemed like that was what Roki needed right now. Reassurance that Izuku wasn't going to just leave him because of the bond being temporarily subdued. That's not what I meant. I don't understand. What do you mean? He asked, hoping that Roki could clarify. Roki let go of Izuku's cheeks, letting his hands fall down by his sides for a moment as he seemed to be thinking, probably trying to find the best way to explain himself. Then he inhaled, his shoulders rising and falling. He closed his eyes in the process, and when he opened them there was something else in them. Something that Izuku couldn't properly place. I'm not quite sure myself yet, Roki whispered, placing an arm above Izuku's head. His fingers brushed through the green curls while the other ran up the side of Izuku's arm. It was like electricity sparked between Roki's fingertips and Izuku's skin. Like their bodies knew something that they didn't. Todoroki, it's gotten your quirk, it's really hot in here, Izuku stammered, looking into those fiery blue eyes. He wasn't sure what else to say. For a split second, he wasn't sure if he was going to drown in the blue orbs or if they were going to burn him to ash. And you're very close. I'm not very good with words. This is the only way I know that will make you understand, Roki said, leaning down to whisper the next word into his ear. Izuku. A single word's his name too, of all things, should not have been enough to make him question everything that had happened in the last year leading up to now. Every decision he and Todoroki had made about their relationship. Because hearing the Alpha speak his name like that just sounded too good to his ears. Too much like he'd been missing out on something he could have had, like the sand was running through his fingers, and if he didn't hurry and grip his hand tightly he would lose it all. Questions were starting to pile up, and he was suddenly faced with a building sense of doubt. A weed growing inside of his brain, wrapping it in its vines and pricking at his brain with its sharp thorns. Why was Todoroki looking at him like that? What did it mean? Why was he always so close? And the way the two halves had been acting, it was so different from the Todoroki he knew, and yet, at the same time, so very similar. But it was the small acts, those tiny differences, that was slowly making Izuku question himself. The fact that Roki currently had him pushed up against the back of an elevator was definitely at the top of the list. What are you doing?" Izuku asked, squeezing his eyes shut. He hated how his voice shook at the close proximity between the two of them. A part of him, a part that was very much SBMSSV and very much Omega, liked being pushed up against the wall. Whether it was by all of Todoroki if it was just Roki didn't matter. His brain still registered the two as the same person, and all that part could think about right now was that Todoroki, his soulmate, his alpha, was so close and releasing so many pheromones that his nostrils burned with them. "You don't know." A rough and coarse tongue licked up the shell of his ear. "That's why I'm asking," Izuku practically gasped. His breath caught in his throat and his knees shook. "Free friends they don't do this kind of thing, Todoroki." "I only agreed to that because I didn't want to lose you," Roki said, blowing hot air against Izuku's ear. "What?" Izuku blinked, taken completely by surprise by the confession. Roki buried his face in his neck again and took a deep breath. His exhale tickled and the air was hot. "I've wanted to bite you since I found out you were mine. I want the world to know whose Omega you are. I want to claim you, mount you like we are fated to do." The way he said the word fated sent a spike of something unknown and foreign up Izuku's spine that he had never experienced before. But it was nothing compared to the images that filled his head at the thought of Todoroki mounting him. God, how was he supposed to look him in the eyes after that? His knees completely gave out, buckling and folding like a lawn chair caught in a strong gust of wind. But he didn't slide to the floor. A thigh was roughly shoved between his thighs, pushing against his groin as his whole weight rested on Roki's leg. "I thought I could do this, be your friend. But I don't want that," Roki continued, teeth grazing over his throat. "I want more. I want so much more." Izuku gasped in surprise, his whole body jerked at the words. He knit one hand tightly into Roki's shirt as he leaned his head back. The whimper that left him as the alpha dragged his teeth up to his jawline and let his lips ghost over his skin like a phantom was unlike any noise Izuku had ever let out before or knew that he was even capable of making. He clasped a hand over his mouth to keep himself quiet. He tried to gain some support with his legs but only ended up grinding against Roki's thigh, which dragged a very lewd-sounding from his lips as his loins started to pulse dangerously. God damn it, he had no idea what was even happening anymore. Or, rather, he knew what was happening. He understood exactly what Todoroki was doing. He was a hormonal teenage boy. After all, he still had urges. What he didn't understand was why Todoroki was doing it. What could possibly have happened between Roki storming out of the kitchen and them meeting back up in the elevator to bring upon this sudden change in attitude? Roki moved from Izuku's jawline back down to his neck. He liked the skin before Izuku felt sharp teeth nibble at his jugular, lips sking like he was trying to draw blood. To Todoroki, Izuku was unable to properly silence the but it was muffled by his hand. A low rumble against his throat caused him to whine, unable to process the sound for a hot second. Then he realized that it had been Roki growling and his insides turned and fluttered in an unnatural way. He heard something rip and he found the need to grasp onto something better. He needed something physical to ground himself in. His fingers fumbled down his chin to Roki's shoulder and then to the back of his head where he grabbed onto the red hair tightly. But he didn't pull the alpha off of him. He didn't even try to move Todoroki away from his neck. Instead he just held onto him, as if he was trying to keep the alpha from moving. Izuku had no idea what was going on or why Todoroki was doing any of this. The situation made his head swirl and his brain to near short-circuit, but something inside of him was reacting. He didn't know if it was hormones, if it was the soul bond, or if it was something else, but he didn't hate it. He didn't want any of this to stop. Tadu's eyes nearly flew open as the scent of something sweet hit his nostrils. A scent that lacked proper distinction, yet had an undertone of electricity in it. Nothing more than sparks that popped off in the background. He laid there for a few seconds, trying to place the scent as he stared up at the ceiling. He liked his lips, tasting nothing and something at the same time. Something fleshy and salty. Somehow it still tasted delicious despite the fact that it shouldn't. He sat up upright, pushing the duvet away. He took a long whiff of the air, inhaling as much of the room's natural aroma as he could. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary. The only pheromones sticking to the walls and furniture was his own. Nothing about it was alarming, nothing in his room was out of place. But at the same time he could smell hormones, dull pheromones that wasn't his own. With a growl in the back of his throat, Tadu got up. He threw the duvet to the floor as he pulled on a pair of slacks before leaving the room with narrowed eyes and a glare ready. He headed straight for the elevator, letting his instincts lead the way. But when he reached it and pushed the button, nothing happened. It didn't even start glowing, and when he looked up at the small screen above the doors he saw a large X blinking in and out. Tadu tapped the ground with his foot, cold spreading throughout the hallway. Frost spread up his leg and over his right hand before a large spike of ice shot up from the ground. It forcefully pushed the doors apart. At first only a gap of about 30 centimeters parted, but Tadu froze the rest of the doors, breaking whatever mechanism stopping them from being fully forced apart. His other half was looking at him from inside. He must have been able to tell that Tadu was on his way, torso half turned towards him with a sharp glare. Behind him was Midoriya, leaned against the wall with his knees bent, face flushed and a couple of very distinct red marks adorning his neck.